Hello, everybody, and welcome to Rocket Lasso Live. It is episode 3. How is everyone doing today? I hope you're doing well. It's a lovely day here in Chicago. The weather is finally starting to get a bit nicer. And here we are inside playing around in Cinema 4D, making cool animations and motion graphics. How is everyone? Hi, everybody over here on YouTube. Hi, everybody on Twitch. I hope everybody is doing well. Start getting those questions and links together. If you are on Twitch, you can of course post links to any cool animations or anything you saw that was inspiring that you might want me to try and reverse engineer, see if we can get that working. And if you're on YouTube, you can type out questions, but you can't put links in because that just doesn't work over there. But you can jump onto either stream. It can be handy. And while we're getting going, I will pop open the little community page here. You can head on over to Rocket Lasso/community. I'll put the links here in the chat. And you can go and join the Rocket Lasso Slack community where, if nothing else, I have a channel where I will just tell you when the live stream is going live, and you can get the instant alert when we're going up. Other bits of news, things worth mentioning is especially, I did post the voxel tree animation for anybody who hasn't been in a couple of the more recent live streams. The plan this season is during the live stream, at the end of the live stream, let's just say I'll answer my own question. I'll tackle a tutorial concept. I try and record a tutorial, like an official Rocket Lasso tutorial, but during the stream, so I can get the audience to give feedback or have additional questions. And, those can get worked directly into the tutorial. I'll have like little pause moments where I go and I check out the chat and whatnot. But you get to see all the little trials and tricky bits that happen when I'm trying to record a tutorial as well. But anyway, that all got edited. It got posted. So that is live. Now, I also have already edited and on Patreon posted the Mesh the Spline tutorial, the tutorial about creating sketchy styles inside of Cinema using the Rocket Lasso plugin, where we've got this cool car and we've got this this alternative kind of pen marker looking version of it, which I really like as well. So that is also posted. And if you are supporting on the Rocket Lasso Patreon, then you get access to the scene files and you get access to those tutorials, hopefully a week early is sort of what I'm aiming for now that I was able to catch up. So I'll put a link to those as well. If anybody wants to go and support Rocket Lasso and or get access to the scene files of, well, not only these, but of everything I've ever posted and all the live stream files. You got 8 seasons of scene files to go explore in theory. So, yep, that's a great way of supporting Rocket Lasso. And I really like this tutorial. The sketchy one came out well. I like the effects and everything we were able to put together. So here's the thing, as people are getting their questions put together on the stream or on the chat so I can tackle them. I was trying to think of what I want to talk about today. And I had one idea of a cool animation I had made that I thought would be kind of cool to go over the details of. But I'm not sure it's going to work too well. And essentially the idea was like this cardboard man where he's all made out of cardboard, and it's muted right now, but I can't play. And you get kind of the stop motion effect where he is stepping through and you get all this lovely cardboard kind of shifting around. Now, it's a totally doable technique. And I did a kind of a quick practice run. I was doing a different technique than I had done in this one. Here's the tricky part is it's not fast. Like essentially you cannot hit play and see it animate in the viewport because there's volume meshers and there's all these layers of slicer and highly subdivided geometry. And it does work. I'm just not sure it's going to make for an amazing tutorial. So it's kind of a question if I wanted to see if anybody here thinks that this would be worth tackling, even if essentially it's like the only way to see it is going to be when you actually render it. You can't hit play and see the effect going. There's also several different techniques that I'm a little actually kind of intimidated by what's the right way of saying this? I started doing a new technique, and actually, maybe I didn't even realize what was happening, but this technique is still a little glitchy because the way I did this technique was using the C4D bool object. And we all know the C4D bool, even the new one, can definitely not always return perfect geometry. And there's often good reasons for that, where it's like 2 points are exactly on top of each other, or you're giving it impossible geometry. So there might be good reasons for it. But even here, I just happened to pause on a particular frame where you can see that layer broke, that layer broke, that layer broke. I think so. Maybe they didn't, and that's just, no, those 2 layers definitely are broken. But depending on the perspective, you'll see that there's a lot of extra challenges you might not realize that are happening here. And things like the orientation of the cardboard, where here you see that these are kind of frontal, but you'll see other ones are kind of more off to the side and they're angled differently. So actually making that part is the hard part. And I started trying to do it, and well, I kind of discovered that the new C4D bool can't even do that. You need to use the old C4D bool because the new one can't show an intersection of a non-volume through a volume, which is interesting. So yeah, that's an idea. But then I also had an idea that potentially we could tackle. It just popped in my head. This wouldn't. I'm trying to think if we'd end up using any Rocket Lasso plugins, but we could make a technique similar to the electric spline modifier example, because I also designed these examples. Let me pop it open. I don't even know if it'll still work raw out of the content browser, but we can actually make better versions than I could back then using some of the other capsules that came out. So if I hit play, you can see we get this figure running with these really cool electrical effects, and they're getting interconnected between it, and it's all kind of tracing around the character. That's another idea that we could tackle, and I would be totally willing to have us go and dive in and play with something like that. So anyway, just looking for some feedback. If anybody has any thoughts of which one of those might be more fun to tackle, please let me know, and we can explore that. But those are some thoughts I had. Let's check the chat. Yes, the sun is returning. Patrick asking, why Rocket Lasso? I thought the name was cool. I was trying to think of I had a bunch of different conceptual names we were thinking about as we were coming up with the concept of doing the business at all. And I had a list of them. And kind of thinking of, combining words of things that I thought were cool. And that one, when me and my 2 brothers, that is Rocket Lasso, is me and my 2 brothers. They do full-time programming for Cinema 4D plugins and whatnot. And we were discussing some of the different ideas and just brainstorming. And we were talking about, with Rocket Lasso, there's a bunch of different kind of emotions and thoughts that sort of popped in our head, where it's like, oh, it's kind of like advanced and technological, but also like the idea of the lasso being like, oh, you're kind of lassoing a rocket and bringing it back down to Earth. So here's this complex thing, but then we can explain it and make it something that people can capture, or you're also kind of capturing imagination. So there's a bunch of and we had those conversations about a bunch of different concepts, but Rocket Lasso is the one that we kind of stuck, where it's like, oh, we can kind of do a bunch of space themed stuff. We also do a bunch of cowboy themed stuff. And we just liked the idea and had a good ring to it. I liked the sound of it. And I like abbreviating a bunch of the plugins we have, where it's like RKT. It's like the RKT rocket slicer and whatnot, just gives a little extra branding. Anyway, that was part of the thought there. Let's see. Okay, nobody has responded to any of the stuff that I said about the cardboard or the electric thing. So please, give me an opinion here. I was hoping for some feedback on that. Let's see. Thunder was asking a question, and okay, suddenly 2 people immediately saying the electric thing. So that does use some of the cool tools. We might, we'll be, there's 1 vote for the cardboard. So yeah, okay. So now there's a contest there. So if you got an opinion, jump in. And let's see. Oh, it's tied now 2-2. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that for a little bit. Thunder. That is not the type of question I'm good at. Is there a way to import custom X, Y, Z data set of points, I'm assuming, and produce custom volume builders based on the density of points located within proximity range of each other? Well, it just goes to, I don't have a custom data set of XYZ data points to import. So it kind of goes to, I just can't help with that part of this at all. But we could go and essentially fake some point clouds several different ways potentially. And I think that there would probably be some ways that you could get some proximity stuff going. So that's definitely an idea. So yeah, why don't we go and tackle that? It's actually getting pretty warm in this room, so I'm going to turn on the fan and I'll be right back. Yep. Well, the temperature's been fluctuating so much in the Midwest, where one day it's like 70 and the next day it's like 21. So you never know if you need the heat or the air conditioner or the windows open. And yeah, okay. So Thunder has a data set of 40.2 million points. So I don't know if I can specifically speak to that, but anyway, I'm going to essentially start the question over just so I can put a nice time code here. So anyway, we've got Thunder has a question about bringing in a data set of points, which I can't do, but we might be able to fake it and then see if we can use volume builders to essentially generate stuff where there is a cluster of points and not worry so much about where the point density is low. And I think we can do something like that. So let's jump on over into Cinema 4D, this 2026.1.3. And several different thoughts jump to mind. We could generate something really simple and then try and make some clusters of density just by cloning onto it. We could also use the Rocket Lasso volume mesher, or I'm sorry, the voxel mesher, because that actually can generate point clouds for you. So that actually might also be kind of a fun method. Actually, maybe even combining those two things might be a good idea, because then we would get clusters of points around. Yeah, actually, I kind of like that. So the first part of this is just going to be an exercise and trying to generate an interesting sort of cluster of points for us to play with. So we'll keep things simple. I'll start out by making a little mountain ridge here and create a cloner. And in the cloner, we'll create a sphere and probably make that sphere pretty dang tiny. Let's say 5. Clone onto an object. So we'll say object of the landscape. And now we've got those. And I can just start increasing my count here and get more and more of them. So right now the idea, how do I want to go about doing this? Because we can do something like that, and that's fine. And then let's scale. Let's randomly scale a bunch of them. So there's random. We'll say don't worry about the position. Yes, scale, uniform, absolute. And I want to scale a bunch of them up. And honestly, we'll probably drop the count way down. Yeah, so this is a little bit more like clusters. So we're going to end up with like tiny little ones, but we've got larger areas that could generate more points. And then I might even feed in additional things from here. And should we go more extreme on that? I'm trying to think. I just want to get some nice clusters going. So if we treat that as a raw bit of geometry we can clone onto, I could do things like just clone maybe combine those in the connect and clone a bunch of matrix objects on there, and they would be sort of clustering up in certain areas. But let's go ahead and just as a shortcut for making points, I will create a Rocket Lasso voxel mesher. So I'll throw this cloner into a connect just so it's viewing the entire thing, definitely as a piece of geometry. Let's go create our volume builder here. So now we get a bunch of cubes. And I will let's also feed in the landscape into there. So yes, landscape, and now you see there's also this landscape area, but I will separate out a couple things. Let's move the landscape below and say, give me a dilate in the road. And that actually is going to essentially inflate the landscape until we can actually see that, yes, now there are cubes that make it up. And then we'll end up making these all a lot smaller. So yeah, actually that's right where I'm at. So let's drop these down to 1. That's going to take a while to calculate because we've got like a lot of them. Actually, that's a dangerous number because we didn't just go from 10 down to 1. So it's 10 times more complex. It is 10 times 10 times 10 times more complex is what we just threw in. But you see, it handled it no problem. We've got actually it looks pretty cool. This giant voxel hill here. So very cool that, they can handle that. But now that we've got that, we can make things a lot thinner, which is definitely part of my intent here. Inside, we are inflating this landscape up 5 units, but we can actually drop that down to 0.5. And of course, it's got to recalculate everything. But now you can see that we still have a perfect landscape there, but it's essentially as thin as it can be. If we want a voxel size of 1, by saying it is 0.5, it's 0.5 up, 0.5 down, which means we get exactly 1 layer. Now, we've also got all these huge volumes of spheres all over the place. And we could push that further by like distorting them somehow messing up the geometry. Actually, that could be kind of cool. So maybe I'll do that. I'm going to turn everything off because this can be dangerous. If we were to make let's make it just a plain old random effector, drop that inside the connect, and I will activate this point. You see that suddenly exploded. The volume builder can handle it, but I might have just made like 20 times the amount of volume. So that's why I wanted to pull back on that before we just let it explode. So let's drop that way down. Yeah, now let's get nice and messy. And it's noise-based, so we could jump into, well, right now it's random, but we can say make it noise-based and change, no animation speed, please. But yes, change the scale so I can start shrinking it down until they look a little bit more kind of wacky and blobby. I'm actually fine with them exploding out a little bit. Although once we make it noise-based like this, they start being, everything starts being very diagonal, because essentially it's distorting the X and the Y and the Z all simultaneously. If we say indexed, then it's not doing that anymore, but now these noises are randomized again. So that essentially doesn't help us. So honestly, I might just go back to pure random and just let them be kind of chaotic. So we'll do that. And then we can just, say how much chaos do we want there. But then the cool bit is that the volume builder should just be able to handle that, turn them back into volumes, no problem. And yeah, now you see we got these kind of crazier clusters going. So yeah, that is kind of the idea for trying to get a little bit of density. Thunder, let me know if that's, it's probably Thunder's example file of 40 million points is using the XParticles data importer. It takes 3 hours to just import it. So anyway, this is going to do us a much better job of having something to work from. So let's give that a save. So hit save here. Let's jump into episode 3 and scene files and start saving these. And as I will always mention, if you're supporting on if you're supporting on the Rocket Lasso Patreon, then you get access to all these scene files. Let's see, volume from point density with a not capital O. Okay, saved just in case. Okay, now the whole reason that we did this, and like I said, we could right now, instead of doing a voxel mesher, we could instead clone a whole bunch of matrix objects all over the place. But we've got this. Actually, there's one more detail which we should be a little bit careful about, and that is right now all this stuff is hollow. So if I were to zoom in here, you're going to see that once we get inside, that it's hollow. So the voxel mesher, and it's actually more the volume builder, is only able to step so far inside. So I will already, let's immediately change this to point mode, so it's not trying to generate all that geometry. And this is now, I guess it's a little bit invisible, but this is now generating a point cloud for us. So is there a way of visualizing that? I could turn on my vertex color map, but I'm not sure that that will visually show everything. And the visualize is turned on. Yeah, it's only in certain modes that stuff even shows up. Oop, doesn't seem to like that number, or there is no color map on here. But anyway, right now it's either creating an incredibly complex color vertex map, or it didn't like something about that. So let's give that a second, because like I said, we are actually, my computer just revved up, so I think we're just throwing a lot of points at this vertex color map. So even here, I might be asking a lot of it. We actually, I just wanted to briefly visualize the points for you. I thought the vertex would have it pop in, but right now it is still just calculating. If it takes too long, it's the type of thing that it could wake up. But again, the 4 million points is taking 3 hours to calculate. So maybe here, I don't know how many points we're asking of it, but the, potentially we've got 600 times 200 times 600 number of points, and that's going to be quite a few. So anyway, I'll just kill it and reload it because we just saved a second ago. But I'm gently clicking on these other objects to see if it's refreshed. And it's still just thinking. So yep, just so we're not waiting, I'm just going to kill it. Boop. And boop. Oop, that's not the right thing. And end task. Boom. It's dead. And we lost literally no time. Okay, so I asked about the electric effect or the cardboard effect, and we have exactly equal votes on both right now. Open that up. So this is currently doing the outer shell, but if I were to move inside, here's what I was going to show you, but this will be a lot more calculations. If I were to move inside, if we go to our volume builder and you twirl down voxel size, there is something called interior range and exterior range. And this is how far out or in it's calculating any of your geometry. So mostly it's just kind of giving you this outer shell of things. But if we want to actually populate the inside here, we need to start adding in additional interior voxel range. So you see when I increase one, it's got to calculate again. But now you see everything just stepped in one. So essentially these walls have become thicker. And if I want to have this be a proper point cloud, we need this to be able to step in over and over and over again. So I will increase that. I don't know how far we need to increase it. It doesn't necessarily have to go all the way through, but as far as getting a proper amount of volume, you can see that each step is stepping those in further. I'm just going to type in 10 and we'll call that good enough. Hey, Trey, how's it going? So anyway, that is now, yeah, oh, now we're below it. But yeah, all of those should be stepping in like at least 10 units from it. So now the thought is I might actually use another Rocket Lasso tool, just make a recall tag and store that. So if I double click on the icon, it's now stored that in the current state. And now I can make that editable. Oh, it's still in shell mode. I need to put it in point mode. So 1 second, undo. And now it's, I had to do so, it has to rebuild again. And now we put it into point mode. And now you don't see anything, but if I make it, maybe if we go to point mode, no, it still doesn't show it. It's very invisible. Make that editable. And now we go to point mode. There you go. Now you can see the point cloud that is being made. So you see we've got a lot of points here. Actually, we've got, how many points did we have? Yeah, we've got almost 4 million points here. So yeah, 4 million points. That I wasn't aiming for that, but you know, yeah, do that. So 800,000 with a 3 in front of it. So yeah, almost 4 million points here. So very comparable to what the request was. Now it still makes me a little bit worried because potentially we're gonna make the file size huge. Now I didn't technically need to make it editable, but we could make the file size huge. Actually, I'd be kind of curious. Let's see how big the file becomes. So let me open up this and scene files, and there is our volume density at 293 kilobytes. And let's just save this as the next version, which I might immediately delete. And actually, honestly, not that bad. 88 megs, not insane. Probably too big to be casually putting inside the Patreon file. So, you know, I don't know that we need that. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. Anyway, we could isolate this to a smaller section, because is there a reason for us during a live stream to be making this as crazy as we are? Like, I don't know. Anyway, I did store the other thing. So why don't we just try and wrap up a little section here? I'll invert my selection and we can at least work from a smaller thing here. So that's the whole volume, but you know, this should be representative of everything we were just looking at. Okay. So with that in mind, let's make a new volume builder and immediately drop this inside, which, yeah, I think that should be safe. Okay. So you'll see immediately it is doing a successful job of creating a blob because it's still seeing every single point. The volume builder, if we click on this object, you'll see that it's, well, essentially because it's only mesh points, you see it should just be using the mesh points. If we activate that, you can actually set a radius on these. So every single point has a certain radius that's being created. But the very specific thing that we're aiming for here is going to be, and you know what, maybe I do want to turn that on. Can we only get areas where there's a lot of density is the goal. So right now, by default, because we made our thing really small at 1, this one's 10, so it's a big old blob. But we could also grab this one and potentially lower it down to 1, which might not be enough of a radius. Actually, yeah, these are still a radius of 15. So you can see that we get all the, you know, essentially every single one of these points is returning, and it's returning a sphere, and we still got like 500,000 points here. So 500 spheres are being calculated, but we have a voxel size of 1, so we can drop this down to 1. And now the instant that I do that, we are successfully essentially getting that blobby mesh back again from this point cloud. Now the bigger point here is this, I deleted a bunch of stuff, but you still see this thin shell that's around the entire thing. And it's working pretty well with a radius of 1, the original mesh being 1, and this being 1 is working better than I thought it would. overall, if I was, trying to make a mesh from this, let's not worry about the thickness yet. But if I was trying to make a mesh, I'd probably make this a little bit bigger, like 0.1, just so that those can blob into each other a little bit more. And then, and I don't know how far I'd push that, like we do like 15, and now like you just feel a smoother surface overall. But essentially, this is the technique we're going to do. And the next step is actually really simple. And Thunder, let me know if this isn't tackling kind of the aspect you were interested in. But now that we are turning a point cloud into a mesh, if we don't want like these little thin shells around, then all we have to do is grab that dilate and erode. And that same thing that we used earlier, right now we're inflating, but all I have to do is start deflating. So let's set that to 0 and you'll see nothing has changed. But if we start ticking this down negatively, then everything should start shrinking. And as soon as we push this far enough, then these do not have enough thickness to even exist. So in this case, it seems like once we kind of cross the threshold of -2, those have now essentially completely disappeared. They are not thick enough to exist at all. And now we're getting just the areas that had higher density, because those were areas of low density. And that would just, some combination of the radius of the point and then dilating them away is going to result in them getting thinner and just disappearing. And now something I'm just curious about, I don't know if this will work, but if I make another dilate and erode, yeah, okay, this is kind of what I was hoping. So what we just did is we dissolved away like a unit, like maybe 1, maybe 2 unit by deflating it. And you will still lose detail here, but that stuff doesn't exist anymore. So now if I make another dilate and erode, and this time we start pushing it out again, you see that these thinner lines are not coming back again, because essentially we're only working from the geometry that came from the step before. So I shrank it a little bit, and now I could reinflate it again. And I don't know if we want to reflate 1 or 2, but that will bring back a little bit of the original shape. But now all those thin shells are just gone. We are properly left with the overall volume. So yeah, I mean, essentially that was my thought of how we could make something like that. If you haven't played around with these dilate and erodes, like they're very powerful. There's also the smooth, of course. We use that not infrequently. We create a smooth here, and that's going to smooth everything out for us. And usually I just grab the slider and push it a little bit until everything starts looking a little bit nicer. Of course, you can kill off a lot of your detail if you push that too far. But yeah, smooth, another powerful one. There's a bunch of different algorithms. I've never meaningfully felt a difference between them. Yes, they all do technically do something different, but I couldn't tell you stylistically which one of those is doing something better than any other. And of course, you've got their open and closed, which are going to, I mean, it does do what it says on the tin. It's going to try and find little openings. I don't know what the algorithm is doing to do it, but if I turn this on and off, it's not just inflating. Let's even kind of show an example. Like we see this little bump of this hill. You'll see if I turn this on, actually, if anything, it's shrinking it down a little bit. But there's areas that are kind of like these sharp little, where's a kind of a very distinct one? Maybe here, like you see we got this little indent right there. When we turn that on, that indent is super getting smoothed over. So it's essentially trying to fill in little gaps and holes and crevices. So that can be useful depending on what you're doing as well. So you see we've changed this mesh quite a bit procedurally by layering up all of these different, I don't know what you call these, just layering up these modifiers. Are they modifiers? Are they filters? I think you can see them in the menu here. Doesn't define what they are as a category. But yeah, if you didn't know, you can also make them externally, and that can also be very fun. Actually, just as an example, if I were to delete out the one I was reinflating things with, and let's create what's funny here is like you can only make these 3 smooths, but if you create it and I drop it inside, and now I can put it wherever I want, so put it in that same position, it's a smooth right now, but then you can change it. And I always thought it was odd that, it says filter, so maybe these are filters. But anyway, you can't create a dilate and erode, but you can create a smooth and then change it to a dilate and erode, so go figure. But anyway, this is now reinflating everything. What's cool about these external ones is you can go into the Fields tab and create a field. So in this case, I can make this lovely linear field, shrink that way down, and then we could actually pass this through and inflate or deflate certain areas. Or what might be even more useful there would be something like a smooth. So let me turn off the other smooth, put this in, put that back, and filter, call that smooth still. And we could push that, you could even do more iterations. Like we'd say do 2 iterations, it'll make it smoother. You could increase your voxel distance. All of those will make things be even smoother. In theory, take longer to calculate. But anyway, this is a really cool way of getting like a melting effect where, if these were candles or wax or something, that we could pass this linear field through however we want. And you see everything's just getting nice and smoothed out and kind of blobbing into each other a little bit. So yeah, making those external ones is pretty cool. I'll leave the scene file kind of saved here. Thunder, let me know. Okay, it seems to have kind of tackled what Thunder was looking for, which makes me happy because I wasn't sure that we were actually approaching what your problem would be. But yeah, there you go. And yeah, once you get everything kind of reasonable, I guess one last thing I'll do just for fun. But this happened last week when we were recording. We were doing something with the volume builder, and somebody was saying that we could decrease the volume mesher's adaptiveness. And yes, you can do that, but it can potentially make some pretty messy geometry for you. But if we were to start increasing this, you can actually remove a lot of the geometry and it starts getting really ugly. But it's a nice way of, and actually I think technically that's more calculation. It's having to do more calculations to create this mesh, but there is less geometry for you. But it's not unusual for me to be like, okay, well, how far can I pull that without it, kind of messing with a silhouette? And then I'll drop the entire thing, depending on what your goal is. Don't do this on an animation, but if you're doing it on a mesh, drop that into a remesh, and now it's working from way fewer polygons, and it will actually help the remesh. And now the remesh is going to give you a lot better kind of flow. Like, look at this wonderful flow we just got, where this kind of following the curve up, following the curve down. Like the volume builder doesn't do that at all. So if you were trying to create final geometry to kind of work from, like this is giving you a way better result. But keep in mind, if I were to try and move this linear field, which would update the smooth, which would update the builder mesher, that also means it would update the remesher, and you'd end up with a completely different unrelated mesh, like different point counts, different geometry, different mesh flows, and there'd be no coherence between them. I mean, it would still be approximating the same like silhouette, but it would still be completely different. So just as ways of example, let's just scoot that a little bit, and you can immediately see the remesh died and everything's being forced to work its way through and recalculate. And now I didn't move its, when I turn it back on, you can still see that it's like, okay, yeah, generally speaking, there's still that curve going over here and there, but they're unrelated meshes. So anyway, I'll give that a save. Hopefully that file's not that big anymore. So 11 megs, that's more reasonable. Yeah, so yeah, that tackles that question. Let's go and find our next one. Let's see. Well, hey everybody, thanks for coming and hanging out. It's really cool that we've got lots of people here in the chats. Let me check on some of the other questions. YouTube, if you got any questions, feel free to type them out. Right now, all the questions are coming in on Twitch, so I'm going to go back there again. Let's see. Got some conversations going back and forth between people. Let's see. And going back and forth with each other. Mick, thank you for marking it with a capital question. That always helps. Using the particle system, would it be possible to recreate this iris structure using fibers, hairs, or the fibers/hairs, similar to this blue iris? So here's an Adobe stock image, I think. Maybe animation. Okay, yeah, it seems to just be a... cancel. I know it's trying to do that. Anyway, yeah, it's just like people, super close-ups of irises. But presuming that we're looking at kind of something like this. Oh, that's generated with AI. Let's avoid that when we can. But yeah, I mean, each of these is going to be very different. Now, that's kind of very stylized and posterized. And we're not gonna be able to get like super duper close up on these because these are supposed to be, examples. But anyway, each one might be returning visually things that are slightly different. I mean, a lot of these are freaky. Like that's kind of like that looks like it's definitely AI. Because it's doing these weird transitions that aren't realistic. And then, yeah, some of these are going to be real. Some are going to be stylized. Some are going to be artistic liberty. So it just turns into, which one do we like the vibe of? This one, I think, is a real one. And it gets, it goes to we're trying to look at the structure of this. Obviously, it's organic. There's going to be a lot of imperfections. And things are, it's too bad. I was going to say, this would actually be a good example. If everybody here that's watching, if you're watching the replay too, go bug Maxon and say that you want Rocket Lasso to make more updates and stuff. Because if I was able to go build in the into the branch spline modifier, if we were able to build in it reacting to geometry, then we'd be able to have this follow the curvature of some precursor shape that we fed in, and we'd actually be able to do this procedurally with a branch spline modifier, which I will always say is better than being forced to make a simulation, because you just have a lot of artistic control of just dragging sliders and seeing it essentially in real time. Yeah, we got these fibers. I'm just trying to see, like, are they branching? Are they just kind of interweaving? Are there like a lot? You see over here, they look more spread out, but are those just spread out and they just get closer and closer? Or is there actually like some branching happening? I'm not sure of any of those things. And each of those, that always gets tricky, because each of those questions I'm asking would change the way I go about doing this. Yeah, fake, or artistic-y. Maybe artistically. Yeah. Tricky. And then that's not none of that to say I don't even know what's going on here with like all of those doing their thing. So it's like without a instinct of what that behavior actually is, I don't know what behavior I want. Like, we could just start creating particles and have them start flowing over a surface. Like, that would be something that would be cool. So I don't know. We're just going to start exploring here and see if we can get some cool looking stuff. Like, potentially we can make it so that the particles are splitting and branching and trying to follow some geometry. And we're gonna keep things a little bit more abstract, keep them simple. I might just actually work from a torus shape here. So we're gonna kind of treat this as the iris, and that we're just gonna treat that as the top side of a torus, just for simplicity's sake, which I think is a good idea. So I will increase the geometry here a bit, just so everything's a little bit smoother for us. And then I want to create let's go to my particles layout. This is a custom one I made. Currently, Maxon does not have a particles layout. I'm thinking I want a bunch of them to be really clustered. So I'm very specifically going to make an N side and shrink that down until it's just barely in there. And then increase our number of points. We'll just start out with 24. There's a good chance we'll end up making more. And then we need a spline emitter. I think we want a spline emitter. I don't use a spline emitter very often. The N side is already fed in. Yeah, okay, so this is good. It can emit from along, or it can emit from the points. And essentially that's what I want. I want to emit from the points. There's a restriction, but we don't need that. Let's see, a constant, yes. We don't need the range. Constant speed, no variation. The alignment, I'm not sure what the alignment's going to be, so let's just hit play. It's going to initialize and then go fast. Okay, it's every which way. Direction, radial. I'm going to put it on an axis. And does it... Okay, yeah, okay. Twirl it down, and I can see we got these directions, and I can just say on Y. This is exactly what I wanted. They are now emitting straight up from those points. So perfect. Now we could go back here, and we got a constant per second. Where's our count? Oh, does it not? Okay, that's a surprise. It is emitting, from each point. I'm going to turn it on per frame, but like there's no, that's so funny. There is no point count here, which is actually probably going to cause us trouble. That is the strangest thing, because it's saying per frame, but it's just doing it. I think it's doing it per point. So it's like, oh, it's going to emit 1 per point. And then when I turned on per frame, now it's just 30 times as much, but it's not actually giving me a count I can use. Look, literally no count here, unless I'm being completely blind. Now that might not be the, that is bizarre. Yeah, it's a single burst. Okay, interesting. Let me think. It's too bad because essentially they're emitting exactly the way I want them to. But what if I want more? What if I want more? We could emit. Well, I don't want to make a bunch of emitters, obviously. So we could emit from a surface, and the surface would probably be cleaner. So, sorry. As far as I know, Maxon hasn't made a way of you turning one emitter type to another. So we just have to, unfortunately, delete that. I will build a rig so we have a little bit more control over it. I will make a single polygon, 1 wide for now. Put that into a cloner. That will clone onto an object. The object will be that same end side. I am not worried about the aligning of it. And the count is going to be per vertex. And now you can see I've got exactly 1 polygon per vertex. And my assumption here is if we do a surface emission or a mesh emitter, let's grab that, throw that into a connect, don't weld. In the mesh emitter, we can now feed in this bit of geometry. And we'll be able to do essentially the exact same thing. But now I actually should get a rate setting. Look at that. How handy is it having a rate setting? So we'll go back to per frame, and now we're kind of getting this nice little cluster. And I'll say that little bit of clustering could be handy because now I can just hit T for scale on these, and I can make them larger. So now you can see that like they are coming from clusters, but we can kind of control the range of those clusters. Just for the live stream, let's increase the size to be a little bit bigger. And I think the green always disappears a little bit into that gray. So for the audience's benefit, let's make those, let's go to the emitter, properties, color, and let's make them red. Well, I guess a brighter red will pop more, maybe orange, orangey. Yeah, that pops up pretty good for the background. Let's give it a save just so we have a baseline to go back to. Particles. Okay, so that's what we've got. Now I want it to, on the most basic form, we want that to start following the shape of the eye. It's also traveling quite quickly. Let's slow those down. Speed of 100. Let's drop it down to 20. No, let's do 50. Okay, now we've got several different things. We've got the surface attract, which is probably what we want to use. I've got kind of a love-hate thing going on with the surface attract because it behaves a little oddly. It kind of overrides things. Now, it does want a simulation tag, so we're going to grab our torus and give it, it's essentially invisible right now. If we give it a simulation collider, then now it has something to see. And as soon as I put on that collider tag, now, even though it's not colliding with the surface, it knows how to look at it. And you see it's actually doing an excellent job of just traveling along the surface. It's when you want it to be a little bit more organic that can get weird, but that's working pretty well. So yeah, now we got this stream of particles going around, working very nicely. Now I definitely don't want those living forever, and they're just going to loop back around again. Let's give ourselves a whole bunch of frames. So how do I want to kill those? We could just give them a lifetime and that they will terminate after a little bit of time. It's pretty cool visual effect. We could also maybe make a field that will kill them. Actually, yeah, that's where my head is currently at. Let's make a field condition. We'll make a linear field, set that to y minus length of 1. In that condition, we will create a kill and grab our linear field, and I'll just move it slightly below the spawn point. And now you see they get born there, and they're going to travel around. But as soon as they start looping lower than they originally were, then they're going to get terminated there. So a nice simple way of keeping that. I'll even scoot those down a little bit further. So anywhere that's still kind of getting struck, and they go down. Cool. Hide the linear field. And let's see. Now, we've got these lovely clusters of points going. And honestly, we're probably not even going to want this constant stream. We're probably going, if we're doing that eyeball thing, we probably just want an initial burst of them. But before, let's just pretend that we're not having any extra particles be born or anything. We're going to want sort of this stream of them traveling along. Let's start getting a little bit of pushing, push apart going on here. So we want some flocking. So let's say a nice, I keep wanting to click and drag them out, but I have to just click it as a button. It would be kind of fun if you could click and drag it directly into the spot that you want it. So after, let's say, actually, I think I want before the surface attract, we want this flocking. Immediately, you can see that they're separating out from each other, a very, very different behavior. So we've got all the separation, and essentially, yes, it is only separation that I want. So I'm going to get rid of all this cohesion. We don't need that. Velocity alignment's probably fine. The separation radius, I'm going to start shrinking that down. And it can probably go pretty far. That's just good. This is just forcing them slightly apart. You see that they are getting a little bit wider. They're pushing apart from each other. And they're probably pushing apart very early on to them being born before they start spreading out a little bit. And then I also just wonder if we just want a little bit of turbulence going here. And we could, there's a bunch of different things that we could apply, but honestly, a simple, I'm worried that we might lose them traveling along the surface, but we could probably just make a simple turbulence here. So we'll drop that inside and take a little, actually, I'm going to turn off the flocking. Let's just look at what the turbulence is doing by itself and give it some scale. Something about, okay, yeah, immediately you can see that this turbulence is pretty powerful and it's starting to fling everything all over the place. And the scale, I want to be about half of what it currently is and give it some less strength. Well, I don't necessarily want it to have less strength. Now here's the tricky bit. Given what we're doing here, I want them to, generally speaking, want to keep on traveling around the eye, and also some of them are flying away. So several thoughts. One, we could just trap it inside a second torus, which could be a good idea. Or even giving this like a thin shell that it's trapped between. That could be also an excellent idea. Actually, I kind of like that. What if we put this torus into, I might keep that one, but that one's just for us to visually see. Now we've got the second torus, and I'm going to say that this tag is only concerned with colliding with the backside of, actually, I guess we'll just say both, but we'll throw that into a thicken. I'll say push it outward only. Say that, although I gotta say that it does totally look like they're escaping on that side. But let's add a render display tag here and show just the line. So now we see we've got this little cage for everything to be trapped on, NA. So our original one kind of fades out. So yeah, everything in theory is kind of trapped there, but they are definitely still escaping. Now, that is still just the surface doing its thing. So because we're not trapping them in their shell, maybe we turn off surface and we just start going with a full-on collision? That could be a good idea. So let's make a collision. So these are now colliding with everything. Let's see if that behaves a little bit better. Okay, I already like that better. You can see everything's sort of doing, yeah, it's all trapped within that shell. We can make the shell thinner if we wanted to, but I'm kind of digging what that's doing. And now everything is always trapped within, and our turbulence is enabling us to let these kind of travel around and do their own thing. The only problem is that there's nothing that's telling it to constantly spiral around the entire shape. Now, I think that, I mean, even though we've got things like the torus field doesn't have things spin around. So we could make a complex series of winds and whatnot, but I think we'll just make another simple rig here. This is fun. And here, keep in mind, I'm just tinkering. There's a million different ways to skin a cat in C4D. So this is just one path of exploration here. But here's my thought. Let's drop a end side into a cloner, set that to be radial with a, actually, yeah, we do want a little bit of a radius here. Eyeballing it from the top. Let's pause that. So that's about in the center. Change our end side to have a different orientation. There we go. And let's change this radius until those look like they're about centered on the torus. And T for scale, shrink those down a little bit. And now you'll see that I've got a series of rings around the outside. Simple enough to grab this cloner and to make more copies. I don't know how many we need. Let's do 36. I think that's honestly going to be more than enough. That gets fed into a connect object, so it's treated as one object. We'll just call that our spline guide. And yeah, now we make a flock. There's also a follow spline, which could potentially work. Let's use, my instinct is for us to go with just a field force. So let's make a field force here. And the field force is going to go inside of our entire pile here. I'm trying to think if the order of that matters at all. I'll just put it after the turbulence. So let's drop in our splines as a spline object. And right now they are traveling along, which is what I want, but I just know that the splines also have a natural fall off. So if you grab your offset and put it up to 100%, then now these should be successfully traveling around the entire thing. So let me do my usual little cross-section trick here. If you've never done this before, I highly recommend it. Essentially make a really thin cross-section here, and you're actually free to move this around. And now you can see that I've got this spiral traveling around the entire thing, changing the direction, and this is just constantly updating that. So now we've got this lovely procedural rig giving us the orientation that should be following that surface. And we could do, I can increase this up to 36 psi, or crank that up as much as we want. That'll become a little bit smoother as it goes along. And this cross section, in my opinion, gives us a lot more information than if it's that full box here. It's like, well, this is not telling me much, but that little cross section, that totally does. You can turn this off. It's unnecessary calculation if you're not actively using it. So anyway, there is our field force. Right now we are adding to the velocity, and we could also be using it to change the direction and whatnot. I think adding to velocity is probably a good idea, and I could crank this up to 55 to start out with, but it's probably going to add too much speed, is my assumption. Oh, it's also, well, you can tell it's working because it's pretty strongly forcing everything to go down. So all I have to do is grab these splines and click reverse. And now those splines are oriented the other direction. And now you can see immediately that we've got that turbulence effect, but all of them are also being told to constantly try and spin around the entire thing. Our outer torus, this one is, or our thicken is making it thicker than we needed to. So I'm going to drop it down to 2. And now you see everything's just trapped a little bit closer to the surface, which is what I wanted. Honestly, it looks like, some of them are being spawned outside of it. So maybe that does need to be a little bit thicker. Yeah, some of them are just being spawned outside of it, so I can't blame those for escaping. And there we go. Those are traveling along. Okay. We never looked at the settings in here. The bounce is set to 100%. I'm going to get rid of the bounce. So it's 0 friction, but 0 bounce. So now they just essentially hit the surface and try and essentially flow the same direction. So right now our field force and our turbulence are essentially playing in the same playground where they are forcing each other to spread out, but it's also saying to keep on spinning the particle. So those work in tandem, but it's also probably accelerating our particles a lot. So we need some friction of some sort. Several ways of doing it. I'll just keep it simple and make a friction modifier here, a friction force. And immediately you can see that this is it's really slowing a bunch of them down, kind of crazy style. I'm going to lower that down in theory. Actually, that behavior is interacting with the collider in an interesting way. Is moving it before or after? Actually, yeah, moving it after the collision seems like a good idea. When it's before, I don't know if you can tell, but it feels a little bit kind of weird and jerky. But when I moved it after the collide, it seems better. Let's put back up to 10. Actually, is it doing anything? Okay, yeah, it is still doing something. But yeah, actually, it's back to being kind of jittery. I'm not quite sure. Let's do it as a force. That doesn't change anything. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Actually, now when I move it before, that seems calmer. Interesting. But anyway, now we've got this really strong strength. So essentially, it's constantly draining out tons of the movement. And now it almost immediately just went to where I was trying to get us to go, which is we've got a stream of particles. They've got a direction we want to go, but we're constantly draining out tons of the energy. There's other ways to drain out the energy, but that was like the easy one. So yeah, now we've got that. So now it just depends on what we want to do. I wasn't necessarily thinking of these like you see, we kind of get these nice little tendrils going. That could be a way we're pursuing it. I was more thinking of it that these will just, each particle is going to have a tracer object that will trace behind it. So in a lot of ways, we could think of this more as a single burst of particles, but these do look cool the way we currently have them. Now we're starting to get a lot of the ingredients that we want to make, to start making the effects that we're looking for. So potentially, we don't need the surface attract anymore. Pretty confident on that. But we could potentially turn on this flocking. And yeah, look, this flocking combined with the other ones is spreading everything out very nicely. I'm thinking that I want a larger spread radius. If I turn that on, you see it's going to turn into like this giant cluster of individual points, which could be cool. But I want them to more slowly enter that. So right now we just have this overall strength. So I'll just say like 0.1. Let's see what that does. So now they do sort of want to super push apart from each other, but it's going to take them a while to get there, which I'm completely fine with. I think that looks pretty good. And they're still traveling around. The turbulence is doing a pretty good job overall. Now, if you watch any of my stuff, you'll probably know I always like doing a 2 turbulence trick, which is we make a relatively large turbulence. So we could say maybe this one's 15, and we're going to get a lot of uniformity here. Like all this clustering is because we've got a large turbulence. And then I make a second turbulence, and then we call that one turbulence small. And then this one, we essentially put the scale like down to 0 or to something really small, like 1%. And let's look at just that small turbulence now. Yes, they're pushing apart from each other. Actually, let's turn off the pushing apart, which is flock right now. You can see that each of them it's being affected by turbulence essentially completely randomly. So they each start randomly doing their own thing. So those are freely getting kind of pushed apart from each other or just traveling a little bit more randomly. So we could increase the power of those. You see that now very wildly they're going to be pushing apart from each other. But I think we can use a fairly light touch on that. So those are naturally spreading out. So now we combine that with this larger one. And now they still want to naturally spread out from each other a little bit, but you also get those little waves of uniformity. So I just love doing that combination. I always think so. I think it looks good. We turn our flocking back on again. So now they naturally want to actively push apart from each other. And now all of those little tools are working together to create this burst of particles traveling around. And thanks to our field force, they always are trying to travel around. And thanks to our field condition, they are dying once they reach this point at the bottom. So if we were to actually try and create maybe those permanent eye lines, if you wanted them living, obviously you continue exploring this type of rig where you want to continue them having some coherence and whatnot. And I don't know who asked the original question, but in a lot of ways, this goes back to this. It just goes to what the audience thinks is going to be cool. But we could, we could in theory be making streams of particles on this evolving thing that's traveling around, or we could say, well, we just want to generate the model that is going to be that iris up close. So we just need a single burst of particles. So at this point, I'm going to save it as the next version, and I am going to attempt to do a tracer version with a single burst of particles. Pretty straightforward. We just go over here, and right now it's under emission, you can see it's a constant, but you say, I want a shot of particles. I'm going to say, give me, I don't know how many we want, but let's say like 10,000. And now we get, boom, a giant burst of particles all flying apart doing their thing. Honestly, I feel like that looks pretty good. And now we just throw a tracer on there. So we've got our particle group. That's what we need to trace. We'll go into our MoGraph, create a tracer. There is our tracer. Let's hide things like our spline guide. We don't need to see that. And yeah, that's fine. Hit play. And now they're each getting traced from each other. And now we just end up with these lovely lines that are all doing their own thing, spreading out. And now we essentially, this whole time I've been designing it with this in mind. We've got this big cluster of particles that, generally speaking, wants to travel around the entire outside. They want to start out clustered together, but then spread out as they get away. And that's why I said when we look at reference like this, that we have to look for those behaviors. And as soon as I observe them, like here, you see that these all look like they're clustered pretty tight in the center. But as we travel outward, we get a lot of individual lines, like a lot more. And even here, you can see some branching out. So maybe here I'm making like way too many fibers, but all of these are traveling around, and once all the particles, complete their journey going all the way down, there's a lot of variations. So some are able to wiggle around and do their thing, but eventually they will all go around, reach the end, and we don't even need to wait for the end for us to go and like take a look at all of these splines. They are all, based on what we're doing right now, they are all directly on top of each other, and potentially we want some variation where they could push out. But before we worry about any of that, why don't we just try and get these to render a little bit and see what they might look like. So let's go and add a render redshift object and tell these to render as, we'll start out as hair strands. And let's give ourselves a leg up and try and add a little bit of lighting in here. I warned you that I'm going to be using this indoor one pretty often, but I think it gives kind of a nice base flat environment with one highlight, which is very easy to focus on. So, and let's take a peek here. What sort of, I mean, honestly, like they'll kind of change color to be from orangey to blue. Not necessarily uniformly, but it just kind of looks like regular texture. I'm not seeing any kind of like wacky transparency or anything like that. So let's just try. I mean, obviously there's all sorts of like little bump and extra detail on there, but let's just start out with a very simple. Oh, isn't there? Can we type in hair? Is it hair properties, hair position? But hair position might be literal hair. Is there a way of getting something along a spline, or maybe even just a ramp? Oh, how do we contour outline? Does hair position work on just splines, or is that very specifically on hair? It might specifically be on hair. I forget. How do these lines map? If anybody knows the answer, like just shout it out and we'll take a peek. But anyway, before we even put a material, or before we leave it anything other than default, let's just take a peek at it. I'm curious. We did drop some frames. Maybe that's when it was crashing earlier. But yeah, we dropped a bunch of frames earlier. Interesting. What's it doing? I don't think we have anything crazy here. Oh, it's still prepping and stuff. Okay. Cool. So, okay. So we still got this thickened, but it's rendering, so it's covering everything up. So we get rid of that. Okay. So now we've got that. And these are very thick. So let's do 0.2. Let those get thinner. Yeah, it takes a little bit for those to initialize, but yeah, we get these. So right now I'm definitely feeling all of them being on top of each other. You can see, like, look how flat, like that almost starts looking like a flat surface because they're all just perfectly on top of each other. Let me think. What could we do about that? Because right now we're getting the curvature via the geometry. So what could I do to make them be different heights? Like, obviously we don't want to make a whole bunch of layers of different thicknesses. There's nothing to force them. The collide, it's got a radius, but I don't think that we can really drive the variation of those. Oh, I have an idea. I don't know if this would work, but does the collision respect the radius of the particle? This might also affect the way they push apart from each other, but this could be kind of a curious thing. If we go back to our original emitter and we go down to our radius, we could just set a custom radius here. Right now it's all defaulting to 1, but let's say it's a radius of 2 with a variation of 2. So now we end up with a ton of variation in the actual size of them. It's interesting. It looks like just by the greater radius, a bunch of them are escaping. I mean, it could be. I will increase our. Maybe they're just too big. Maybe they're even just too big to fit because of the base radius, so they had to escape. Yeah, or just increasing that radius seems to keep them all trapped. But now there is variation in their radius. We're not representing it, but yeah, already. Do you see how some of them are lower and some of them are higher, which I don't think we were getting before. We're getting a ton of these. I don't think we need quite so many. So back to a mission. Let's do 3,000, which might not be enough. But this should speed everything up, at least for some testing purposes. Let those travel around. Some of them, I think some of the radiuses are still large enough that they're actually just actively getting stuck. I don't want to blame them for that. Let me increase. Yeah, as soon as I increase the radius, they're able to escape. So I think I physically made some of the points bigger than they were allowed to go. Although some are still sticking. Now we are starting to get to the point where I don't think they should be getting stuck. So I'm not quite sure about those little stragglers. But I'm assuming they're either really big or really small. Potentially, I don't know if there could be a limitation on this, but I'm just trying to think logically. Maybe a full variation isn't good. Maybe we want to do like 1.8, so even tiny ones are not so small. I'm assuming this is an additive / subtractive. They're still there, so that's not necessarily helping. But yeah, in theory, they're only getting up to about 4, and now we have a thicken that's 7. And even if there's a thickness, I guess if it's a radius and the radius is doubling, potentially some are getting up to 8. So just for a test, if I say 9, oh yeah, if I say 9, none of them are getting stuck. So I think some of them were getting big enough to they weren't able to escape that. So okay, fair enough. That was on me. What threw me off was this is a thickness of 9, but the other was a radius of 4. But radius of 4 is a diameter of 8. So anyway, much better job. Now they have all successfully traveled around. And I think, let's let them continue where they're pretty much all gone. They, hopefully, thanks to their extra thickness here, we're going to have a bunch of variation of how thick they are, and they can pull down and up. So essentially, that's all we did to change it. Let's pop this back up again, hit save, and run that again. Let's see if we get a little depth on it this time. We also have a lot fewer lines. Yeah, look at that. Okay, look how simple that was. All we had to do is change the radius. So that's already looking great. Love that. Yeah, that's almost ideal. I dig it. Wow, okay. So we have fewer lines, but I sort of would like them still spread out a little bit more. We've got options. I might make a second flock. You can do that. Here's 2 flocks. And now one flock is like, hey, I want to push you apart if you're going to get kind of close to each other. This one, I'm going to set it up to, well, it could still be 1, but I'm going to give the separation radius. I'm going to make that a lot larger. Let's say 5. So now they, more than twice as much as they used to. They want to push apart from each other. But again, it's a very weak force. Right now, there's a lot of turbulence. I might force everybody to travel outward more if we think of that friction as like this absolute limit. Then the more we increase this field force, the more that they're just going to want to travel on the outside, not necessarily faster than they were. So let's give that a little peek. So yeah, this in theory is kind of straight. Yeah, okay, it's maybe too much so. Those are straighter lines. Everything just wants to travel out. So let's find a nice balance there. 75, a little stronger than before, but now, yeah, they're doing their thing. And let's grab that second flock and start increasing the power. I'm going to say 0.5. And they definitely start spreading out pretty quickly. Yeah, look how, oh, wow, just that one change. Look how much those are spreading out from each other. So that's a big old effect. I'm going to drop that down to 3, but it's down to 3, but with all that extra power. So those are definitely spreading out from each other. Lots of overall randomness. So, I mean, at a certain point, these forces are going to start fighting each other, but I'm going to give the larger turbulence a little bit more power. So I just want to see a little more uniformity. Yeah, okay, so that's so much power that, yeah, generally speaking, they're still traveling around, but that's enough for them to travel back down again, which I don't think we want. So maybe 7.5. Just a little more of that uniformity. Yeah, okay, cool. Dig it. They're definitely spreading out there, traveling down and around. Okay, cool. I like it. And redshift or render view. More emitters but less number of particles. I mean, we could, but yeah. If we go back to the original reference, that is true. This one definitely has like a whole bunch of little ones. So I guess we were sort of exaggerating that effect. The particles are rendering, and they are big. We could now clearly see that they were not fitting inside of the space that we were trying to fit them in before. Let's make sure that those are not rendering. Those are just this particle group. And yeah, let's give that a go. This is as simple as just increasing, because we built it as a rig, we just grab our original end side, and I'll say times 2. So we got 48. And now there's twice as many points for them to go from, but the same number of particles are still being emitted. So exact same count, but twice as many sources. And those will be more spread out initially. And, we could just keep on pushing that until, they all just sort of merge with each other. Nobody jumped in with an answer. Yeah, we could squash the torus. I think that would just work. Nobody jumped in with the mapping a color along the spline, which we can experiment with. Yeah, look at that. So something else. Okay, so those are okay. So what's interesting here? Okay, this will be fun. What's interesting here is the tiny particles are pretty much always pushed to the outside. So the tiniest particles are always these outer ones. The larger particles are always the deeper ones because they're pushing away from that outer surface more. So everything is always uniform. But instead, first of all, let's squish down our torus. That's a fine request. And honestly, here's why I like doing this these days, is instead of making it editable or anything, I'm going to just make a transform geometry node. So search for the word transform and just set our vertical height to 0.5. And then I can copy that to the torus as well. And now both of our toruses are squished to half the height. But, and our spline guide, those are also still round. But hey, we can drop that same transform geometry inside there. And now they're also squished. So simple as that. And they're deformed, and I can turn that off. It's non-destructive. Let's hit play, make sure that we're still traveling along, which I don't see why we wouldn't be. Okay, cool. That is still maintained. Okay, so now here is the thought. All of the radiuses right now are totally random, but they're constant. So let's make the radius constantly changing. So the particles in theory are going to push in and out from the surface so they can tangle up with each other more. Right now, they can't tangle with each other at all. Let's give it a new file name. And all these files will be available on Patreon. So assuming, well, let's just look at our conditions. Assuming that the radius was sort of what I was describing, what do we have? Time condition, data mapper. Data mapper? Or field. Data mapper. We could map the age to the radius, but that's, how do we just math? We could apply math, but, and they're all kind of going at slightly different speeds. I actually haven't used a math, like just because I haven't done a ton of particle stuff, I actually haven't used something like the math node in a while. So we can target the radius. Oh, okay. We can target the radius with a random, uniform random. So we probably want to do a field, and it will be assigning a value. Assign a value. We can feed this through a random field that is animated, so it's going to be changing over time. They'll also be passing through it. And I don't think there's a variation, but I don't think we need the operand. Assign. Oh, it's going to assign the value from the random field. I don't know for sure, but I think the random field is going to be outputting 0 to 1. Like that's what random is designed to do, right? So we need to see this. So I'm going to turn on our particle group, or go to our particle group. Let's turn off the tracer, go to our particle group, and I will say I want to see the radius. So if we hit play right now, let's see what we see. Actually, I'm going to drop that down to 0. So now we essentially just see these. And yeah, okay, so we are getting some small ones. We're getting some larger ones. If I am correct in that, inside of our random field, under remapping, 0 equals 0, 100% equals 1. So a max of 400% means they could go up to 400%. And this is probably all under the assumption that the original particle is being emitted at exactly 1. So let's hit play on that and see what we get. Okay. Ooh, okay. It's fast right now, so we need to change our noise scale, but ooh. And right now, noise, random field global, randomized sample positions. Yes, that's what I want. Randomized sample positions. Every particle should be getting its own localized random. It's almost like it's in its own noise field. So now I should be able to make this quite slow. Well, I can make whatever speed I want. And I can add a bunch of scale. In fact, in theory, I could make this noise scale like almost infinitely huge. Actually, as I test, why not I just make that? I'm going to make the noise so huge with 0 speed that the thought here would be that the radius of any given particle never visually changes. So I'm just trying to look at any given particle and see it's not changing. But you see they're each different because they're being randomly sampled differently. So now the noise is super duper huge. We're passing through a gigantic cloud of noise, which means essentially they're never getting out of the color. If they're in middle gray, they're pretty much stuck in middle gray. But now we can just set an animation speed, and now that middle gray itself is going to go lighter, darker, etc. So now as I hit play, based on that animation speed, looking at any given point. Yes. Okay. That one's getting bigger and smaller. So yeah, now we just have this absolute control of every single individual particle getting bigger or getting smaller. How did they just loop around successfully, or is it just a second burst? I think it just looped around the entire timeline. Unless they are surviving. Oh, they are surviving. Look, they're surviving because we shrunk everything and I forgot to move our kill linear field up. So there we go. Okay, cool. So that's working. The only thing I'd probably do is increase the contrast a little bit, just because we're not getting to those extremes. So actually, this is something that's interesting. Well, we're outputting that value. We could probably do it internal here. Yeah, this little curve is going to do a much better job of it being a little bit heavier on the contrast. If you know what I'm getting at here, the C4D noises tend to hang out near middle gray more than they get to white or get to black. So me remapping these a little bit here is like adding a bias in it. It's just saying, hey, make the whites whiter, make the blacks blacker, just more contrast. And yeah, that seems to be working pretty well. And they're getting bigger and smaller. And we want them traveling up and down at a decent clip. So I might set it to 50% speed. And let's just see if the lines are actually doing what we think they're doing. So we'll give that a save. We will... That is not rendering, so we just need to reactivate our tracer. Let's run the trace. Everything should be behaving almost identical to what it was before, but before, if a line was at the top, the line was always at the top. Now, the hope is that our lines are going to be like more tangled. And even here you can see, if we follow any given line, you see all these lines that we see most obviously, they're just traveling around the top and they never stop traveling on the top. Now, let's see. So now, we got to be careful because, generally speaking, I got to say that those don't look like they're traveling up and down too much. So when in doubt, we'll make the extreme version of this. Let's make this like 300% animation speed, just to be seeing it travel, get thicker and get thinner, and run it again. Let's pause that render. Yeah, well, even now you can see these dots go up, down, up, down, up, down. So if indeed those are colliding, the way I want them to, we should be seeing these kind of rapidly go up and down. I mean, those look tangled. Actually, yeah, a bunch of those are there, and then there's definitely like a switch. Those seem somewhat clustered. I will say they don't look as tangled as I kind of thought they would, but maybe unless we had them super rapidly going up and down, and it is random. As I look in particular spots, I feel like they are, it may be even too much. Look at this. This is all that up and down. So I think they are doing it. Okay, well, let's just assume that those are kind of working for us. Let's tinker around a little bit more. I might as well take a glance here. I'm not necessarily trying to make something photo real here, but generally speaking, I'd still feel like those are fewer lines and thicker. So let's jump these to 0.5. And that should fill this up quite a bit. Yeah, it does. And nobody chimed in. Hello. Yep, we got some more people making it to the streams again. Welcome, everybody. So there is no, as far as I know, there's no good way of transferring colors from particles onto these tracer lines, which is unfortunate. That's one of the major gaps in C4D right now, is our inability. We can trace lines, but we can't do anything fun with those. And vertex colors don't translate into anything as far as redshift spline materials are concerned. The thing I don't know, I was hoping somebody would shout it out that knows better than I, but I feel like there are ways of getting the color of the spline. Actually, maybe I just found it. I just fed the out scaler. So you can see the lines are starting out black and they're turning white as they go. So that gives us the ability to map the colors. So that's one thing. Interestingly, why did the donut turn green? Why is that green? Isn't that weird? And we got the out vector. I don't know. I mean, that's interesting. I'm not quite sure what that is. Then we also have, let's search for hair. Hair position, hair random color, hair attributes. So let's grab this hair random color and see if that does anything. No, they're all red. But let's do that. And now they're random. Okay, so between these two tools, we should be able to get them to be decently varied if we were so inclined. If we get rid of that and we say value amount and we set that to white, maybe? That, yeah, okay, we're going everywhere from white to black, so pure randomness on the color. So that's something we can map. And then we have our out scaler. Then we just make a layer, color layer here. And we could colorize those. I wish there's a seed in here because then you could get multiple seeds and drive different things. But I guess we could do a hue. Actually, that might be a good idea. Let's make that perfect red with maximum hue variation. And now we get every possible color. Although, is it every, I guess there are. It's just once you get, like I was trying to think of a color like yellow, and there's yellow, and then there's orange, and there's purple. So they're all there. But I do feel like certain colors feel like they dominate. But anyway, now we've got that. We can make a splitter. So we get a color splitter. I can drag that right onto the line. Oop, it missed. Let's link that. And now I can just steal out the R or the G or the B. And now I do have 3 different random colors that we can work from. So you'll see if I grab the G, that's a completely different random layout here. So having done that, let's make ourselves a lovely ramp. And I can grab that ramp of colors and let's load in something cool. Let's see. I'll just grab this electric blue. Nothing crazy there, but yeah, get some nice colors going. They're currently getting quite dark, so I might, I'm going to grab out the lightest and the darkest of the colors there, distribute those. So now everything's a little bit more uniform. And we'll feed that into our base color. I'll put that. And then I can drag in a secondary layer. And Actually, that'll be our third layer. Let's make the secondary layer be this one. So we could overlay if we were inclined. So I could say a nice simple overlay. So now you see those are going to be dark in the center and get lighter as they travel around. Totally valid. Potentially, we want another ramp though. So we have complete control over those. Is there any sort of noise remap? I sort of doubt it. Yeah, no noise remap, unless there's a noise remap in here. Yeah, there is a noise remap in here. Okay, interesting. Let's solo that ramp and then try adding in a noise amount. Okay, intriguing. Noise frequency. Yes, yes, yes. 5. Okay, cool. This is what I was hoping to do is get a bunch. If you look at the reference, we get a lot of sort of, I guess it's less so than I was imagining, but like a bunch of textural variation along the line, which I was trying to emulate here. And by remapping this gradient with noise, but it is, I'm surprised. Okay, as I increase up the noise, it gets a little bit more uniform. Now, these are all, you see that the stripes and everything are pretty uniform in the way that they're going. I wonder if we could create our own layer that's combining these two things just to get some baseline variation. So we'll treat that as the baseline. We'll treat this as a modifier, and we'll feed that into the alt input. And then they're currently overlaying, and I guess overlay could work. I mean, we just don't need that much overlaying. Yeah, okay, so I think it is working. Mostly look at these, look at the uniformity of the stripes here. If I put 0 variation, you see that these stripes are nearly identical. Now, eventually everything sort of gets randomized just because the lines are meandering and traveling different distances. But as I add in some of the underlying line, if we put in enough of it, even these early ones get variation and essentially it becomes total randomness, which is what I want here. So in the ramp, I'm not, honestly, I don't use the noise remap too often. And the contrast right now is crazy high. I want it to just happen more often. Like something like that looks pretty cool, but I want the pattern to be smaller. So is that more frequency? Yes, it is more frequency. Ooh, look at that. That looks cool. All right. Look, I mean, just as a fun element, I like the way that looks. So we're going to go with it. This is a ramp. Let's invert the gradient there. And yeah, now they're lighter in the beginning, get more speckled out there. I'm just going to keep on tinkering. I want a little bit more variation. Or it was getting so blown out that those variations were not making to the center. Although, I feel like they're still not doing that. Like we get this really great variation around here, less so in the center. Yeah, I'm not super sure about that. I don't want to get too bogged down. But now those are what we're overlay, or we're bringing those in as an overlay. So now you can see those are getting darker and brighter. But we could also do things like subtract. Well, I could multiply, and those are going to make those a lot darker. I'm more interested in maybe something like a screen. Ooh, yeah, that looks cool. So now we're screening that on top of it. And then those were all just given random colors. Now I might make them randomly lighter or darker by grabbing something like the basic color here. And let's just introduce our layer 2. And right now you see there's a total override, but let's set that to overlay. And now you can see we get some darker we get some darker lines and some lighter lines, which is essentially what that random overlay is now giving us, along with all these little imperfections along the line. I'm not, are those necessarily realistic? No, not necessarily, but stylistically speaking, that's kind of cool. So that's just outputting the base color, but now let's make it a little bit more real. Let's feed these into the base color and output the surface. So suddenly these will have a little bit of geometry to them. They're quite shiny. So let's keep them shiny, but make the shine very broad by blurring the shine. There's a bunch of different potential things I might want to do here. And it's hard to say. One instinct, things to tinker with right now. I might make them thicker just for testing purposes. We might start shrinking it back down again, but we'll make them thicker. And then Let's change that from being hair strands to being capsules. I like capsules because they kind of blend more nicely with the geometry, although that killed off the color. That's unfortunate. I didn't know that happened. But like, look at the structure of it. The structure of that looks so good. Like, there's so much depth to them now. Unfortunate. I didn't think that would die as soon as I put it in the hair strands. Like, these look so kind of flat and cartoony. Working within that, I was hoping to like put in a little subsurface so we could output the weight, potentially feed into that same color. Although I will say, typically with subsurface, I like, let's make a correct or a correct. So we got our color correct. We'll feed that through. And then I typically will make them brighter. So I'll increase my gamma a little bit, and I'll also increase the saturation. So maybe like 1.5. Let's just see what that looks like by itself. So yeah, see, like all of that's like brighter and more saturated, and I'll put that in as a subsurface color. But I don't even know if subsurface means anything in a hair context. Yeah, well, it's doing something. Looks like weird purple ground meat right now. I don't know if any of you watch Mr. Sausage on YouTube. He's pretty great if you don't. I thought that would be a little bit brighter. Maybe the scale, 0.1. Ooh, okay, 5. Wow, that's just turning into like nasty gray meat. It's a little bit of a surprise. That's not what I was expecting from the subsurface. Well, one thought had been that we'd be exploring this these were some directions I was planning to go anyway, but I feel like we're going to lose tons of our color variation here, which, you know, we were working pretty hard to get, but it looks so much better when it had the physical geometry that I'm kind of considering making it a sweep. Unless a regular, actually, that's a good question. Although, let's just find out. I'm going to make a new material. Let's change this to be the lovely capsules again, just because those look nice. Drop on this new material. And if we just feed a simple ramp, you know, because each one of these is their own spline, well, it's sort of like their own spline, do they get colored? It's thinking a bunch. I just saved, so give that a second to refresh. You can see the tangling a little bit better once these were like a little bit more physical geometry looking. Oh, it's super hung up right now. So either this is well, progressive rendering is just at 1. Material not valid. I don't know. It didn't. I don't think it liked something there. So our second crash of the stream. But I literally just saved. And it's open. Open D. Okay. Let's try again. Oh, we're going to have to run the particles. Whee! Capsules. Cool. And new material. And I save that again. Pop open the renderer again. Give that a moment to initialize. Okay, cool. We're back. Now, can I make our ramp? And does a ramp do anything when we're in this capsule mode? Yes, it does. But our random hair color will not. Um, and even the ramp, this is kind of interesting because I'm giving out the pure ramp as a new ramp. But look, it's starting kind of from this middle gray and then going lighter. But where's the black part of it? I can pull it to 50%. Okay, well, even isn't that strange? Not quite sure what to make of that. Um, okay, now, is there any way of getting different random colors from them? I doubt it, but let's make a color user data and output just that. And let's say, give me a object based geometry ID color. Nope, they're all the same. Let's give me particles won't do anything. Object color won't do anything. Yeah, none of that index stuff or anything is going to do anything. So color user data, no go. And then hair, all the hair stuff. I just don't. This is just what's not going to propagate through. Let's give the, yeah, you see they're all uniform. It's all, as soon as we're not in hair, they are like, oh, it's all the same. It's all the same hair. It's all the same single color being generated. So, and if they're all identical, is there any way to trick variation out from them? I mean, I can think of hacky ways to do it with the particles where we could have the particle be older before it starts getting drawn. I don't want to do that. And I think that the ramp noise remapping is going to do this uniformly because they're all identical. Yeah, you see that they're going to be all stripy like that. And the only way we were able to make them not look all stripy, or not stripy, but uniform, the only way we were able to make them a non-uniform was by overlaying the thing that made them have variation by themselves. So, like, immediately that doesn't work. Now, having said, actually, this gives me a nicer preview. It makes me understand a little bit more what we were seeing before. Yeah, I'm pretty stumped. I don't think there's a jitter. Like this jitter, I don't think this jitter does what we want, but if it does, I'd be very happy. Nope. Uniform. Give me a float. Uniform. Color. Output, object ID, name ID, user ID. Excuse me. Yeah, none of these are all, it's being treated like it's one uniform object, which just doesn't work for us. Yeah, it's all identical. So essentially, that's doing the same thing the hair was. Good idea, but somebody's saying about potentially mapping the vertex node as an alternative input to the ramp node. I just don't think vertex maps transfer into rendering splines like this, but now it's being treated like geometry. But even having said that, I think they'll be kind of uniform. But I am curious as the experiment. So here's what I'll do. Well, let's start out with the basics. Hopefully this doesn't freak out. But I'm going to make a vertex color map, and it's field based. And if we make let's just make a linear field. It's the most straightforward one. Remapping, color remap, gradient, load. Let's make a neon, because why not? So now we got this neon color linear field, and the linear field, pretty big. Yeah, pretty big linear field there. So that should be mapping a bunch of random colors through this vertex map directly as part of that spline. So now we make a vertex attribute, and if we feed it that vertex color and then pipe that through, does it survive in any way? It's all just pink. So it just goes to splines. Just don't read that information. Geometry might, but there's no reason on doing it on geometry, because even if geometry could sort of approximate the position, that wouldn't, they'd all get kind of uniformly colored. Like hairs near each other would get colored as if they were near each other. This is sort of a Hail Mary, but let's make a connect. Don't weld. Move everything onto there. And yep, that didn't do anything either. It's just not reading them at all. This is kind of simulating making it editable, but even that's not translating in. Yeah, it's just a limitation on splines, unfortunately. And then, I mean, it's like if we were willing to be crazy, and I'm not saying we're not crazy, but we could get all the power that we're kind of like wishing we had here if we just kind of explode things out. So this is a terrible idea, but let's feed this into a sweep, make it real. This does give us other advantages. But with feed into a sweep, I'll immediately turn off the caps because those can be crazy. And we've got a lot of splines, but hopefully not so many that this just dies. Give it a radius of 1. And let's stop rendering and just see if the sweep returns anything. That was also a radius of 1, I'm pretty sure. Sweep, you gonna sweep? It's not even acting like it's calculating. Oop, it's either it froze or the sweep is trying to calculate. But this is where I said this is the crazy part, is that sweeps are disappointingly slow. And I'll say that even for several tools that we're working on, the slowness of the sweep is causing us real problems. Even if this does sweep, the step I wanted to do afterward is that it would all still be one object. And there's no, maybe mathematically it's just not possible, but inside we saw we could use the user data and we could do geometry ID, and then every object would be given a different color, but they'd all still be being treated as one object. So they'd be identical. So the stage after that, and this is where I said we were being crazy, was going to be exploding them all out, like via a fracture object or something like that. And once they fractured out, then they would actually count as separate objects with separate colors. And depending on what you're going for, if you were going for this crazy high detailed macro shot, that would work. Oh, hey, it did. It didn't freeze. It was just thinking. And that was how long this sweep took. And that's how long this sweep took on this computer. Where's my, here's this. If we go to Rocket Lasso, these are the specs on this computer right now. So we're running an NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell edition, and it still took that long to sweep that many lines. Now, granted, let's be generous here. Well, actually, I thought these were going to be even worse than that, because honestly, that's not that bad. I mean, it's a lot. Don't get me wrong. That is a lot, but it's not that. I don't know. It's disappointingly slow for our purposes there. Now, question: do we continue down that path of madness? Because first of all, this doesn't have as many subdivisions as I want it to have. Okay, several things. Okay, this could just be we're in the land of crazy here, but let's be crazy. Everything's been saved and whatnot. I'm going to feed this into my Rocket Lasso plugin utility splines, and we're going to put it into a smooth. And it's saying exceeded point cap because we build the tools to be like, yeah, if you're throwing in something crazy, maybe you don't want to be that crazy. So right now I'm going to get rid of all those iterations, but I'm going to resample. We're going to resample every certain distance. I will double click on the icon. Oh, double click. Actually, I just remembered double clicking on the icon when it's complaining. Oh, actually, it handled it no problem. So that's good. Anyway, this isn't the sweep, so it can handle it. Now you can see I've resampled, and you see I'm resampling to have very few points overall. That's probably not enough. I'll drop it down to 2. And now you can see we're sampling every 2 units. Given the circumstances, that's probably reasonable. This is now significantly reduced the point count. I'm going to override. There's a lot of points here. You can see all of them now, but it's a spline, so it's fast. We could add in a single iteration of smoothing just to round everything out a little bit more, get some of those sharp corners taken away. And then I'm going to double click and hide those edges. So now, anyway, we should have cleaner lines with fewer segments. And let's, I'll save it as another version, and then we'll try sweeping in. The inside was a little thick. I'll drop that down to 0.65. And yeah, let's just give it a go. I don't know how many fewer points there are now. I'm assuming that my resampling made them significantly, well, I'm assuming it made there be fewer points. I could be wrong. If it's still clickable. Yeah, actually, yeah. So we are at 40% the original count of points. I got rid of more than half the points. So in theory, the sweep would be twice as fast, but that's still not very fast. Yeah, that poor sweep. That poor sweep. Let me think. I mean, I'm sure it's still calculating. It worked last time. This has fewer points, so it should work this time. What can we do differently? I just so you know, like once we turn this into real geometry, all the vertex map stuff would start working as well. So like so many options would get opened up to us. It just goes to, it's just too much. It's just too much for the sweep to handle. And if we can't get a reasonably speedy sweep, there's not much we can do. That's, I mean, even if it finishes, it's going to take too long. I'm just going to turn it off. I'm curious. I'm going to go to my smooth here, and let's get rid of one of these. Yeah, and you see just by removing some of the point count that like we're returning way fewer lines. And now if I activate the sweep, it's actually quite quick. But it's interesting is like I do feel like there's some exponential slowdown in the sweep because I just got rid of like we're at 10% of the number of splines here, and that generated almost instantly. So if it was 10 times as many, if there's 10 times as many lines, it should take 10 times as long to calculate. But this was almost instant, so it should be 10 times longer than almost instant. But instead, it's turning into like 2 minutes of waiting. So I feel like there's something fundamentally broken inside of the sweep that's preventing that. I could leave it here so that we're seeing fewer of the lines. We continue some experimentation, and we could slowly increase this and show more. Like out of curiosity, let's double the point cap. And yeah, you see those, I just doubled the point cap and those popped in pretty dang quick again. So go figure. And yeah, it's all point stuff. Actually, I just did this lovely resample here, which is good. It's fine. But we could also feed this into another Rocket Lasso utility. So same plugin, but this is a different one. This is the rocket reduction. So if we drop it in there, you'll see that we've super duper reduced the point count. So now it's at 20% of the 40% that we had. So way fewer. But I got rid of a lot of points there. But this one is all entirely determined. Well, we got a bunch of different modes here, but tolerance is my favorite. And it's pretty much saying like, hey, until the line deviates more than, let's say, 0.1, don't worry about adding points in. So essentially any areas that were really straight, you can see these really like straight areas don't have as many points, but the sharper curve areas have all of their points. So now we won't have reduced nearly as much. Yeah, there we got rid of about 30% of the points. But yeah, that's, again, fewer points for the sweep to try and handle. So go figure. And also keep in mind, I had turned off our caps before I even turned it on. But for the sake of experimentation and potentially just seeing where we can go with it, I am curious if we can, and I'm a little worried, but the point count doesn't feel like it should be that crazy. If we drop the vertex map on there, oh yeah, look right there in the viewport, like boom, refresh, got those colors. But now it's real geometry. So that's a linear field. Let's see how crazy this is. I'm going to feed the spline itself in as a spline object. And now that's all fed through. And now you see it's dark and then getting lighter as it goes, which is probably good. And that's because it's set to along and it's per segment. Actually, see, this is where if this was working, this would be so powerful. And we might be able to still keep on creeping up to the stuff. I don't think we even need to explode these out anymore, because let me show you a really cool trick. Since this is running reasonably quick, we can use the spline multiple different ways to colorize things. First of all, this is getting colorized in a sort of unintuitive way. But if we go to our color remapping, you see it's just trying to apply this color. I'll just set it to a gradient. Now we get this black to white gradient. And look, now the black to white gradient is actually black to white. So that's, sort of what I was expecting. Actually, when I click here, it starts looking a little, actually, no, as I zoom up, it's pretty dark. I wonder if it feels like, maybe it's just an optical illusion, but like when I zoom up here, it's like, okay, that looks pitch black. But as I zoom out, it starts looking like a lighter and lighter gray. Is that an optical illusion tricking me? I don't know. But anyway, that gradient, a very powerful thing for us to work from. But then let's make a duplicate of that, turn that one off. Looking at this one, exact same idea, but under layer, right now it's set to per segment. I'm going to say, no, not per segment, the whole spline. And now look what happened. Suddenly, it looks like we've got a bunch of random colors all along the entire thing. Why did that happen? The reason that happened is everything's being treated as if it's one spline. So let's just pretend that you had one spline, or we have all these little segments. Like, let me switch the camera. Let's pretend that you have a spline like this, well, a longer spline, and then they're actually broken apart into 10 separate segments. But you can imagine that's like one segment ends, but is given the first 10%, and then the second segment begins and it's given the second 10%. And so over the course of all the splines, they're acting as if it's 0 to 1 or black to white. So that's what's happening here. We're mapping all along, but there is no particular order on these splines because the particles are being generated randomly, not in a kind of particular sequence. So the lines are all over the place. But now, just because of the sheer length, you can kind of think of each one of these as if they have their own color. And so now combining those two different ways of mapping the same spline, we can essentially get every color that we want. We don't even need to do much in the way of crazy vertex map stuff, although we could, where now we could grab that first spline, and even this one, let's just call, this one will say per segment. And I can activate that one, and we can say, give me an overlay of that black to white. And now you can see they're now darker. Actually, let's set that to multiply. And now you see they're going to be really dark there, but they still have that variation. I'll turn that way down. Let's duplicate that. And on this duplicate, I'll say screen or lighten. We do, or not subtract. Let's do add or screen. And now they're going to get lighter as well. So now we get nice and dark. We got nice and light. It's kind of like a way of doing a more powerful overlay. And yeah, look at those all overlaying on top of each other like really nicely. And at any point we could remap those colors. And let's even do that here. Well, and then well, I guess it's maybe we couldn't do that noise remap like we had before. Although I feel like maybe we could. Let me try that. I'm going to turn those two off. Now we're just back to this. But keep in mind, they are slowly changing color as they travel along, which is what we're going to be keying off of. And this also gives us a noise remap inside the fields. So now when I turn that on, well, it's turning pink for some strange reason. Don't know why it's turning pink. Noise remap is just looking at everything that's incoming. There's no color output. That's weird. I mean, I'm just gonna pretend that's not happening. Let's try changing some of these scales. Oh, it's remapping all the colors oddly. Wow. Okay, that's very strange. I'm not sure what any of that is doing right now. I am so thrown off by whatever that is doing right now. Like as I approach 0, actually no, you can't do, well, that's not even 0, it's 1 or 0.01. But yeah, that's like these very pastel colors, and as we increase it, we're getting to like all these other colors. What is that? I'm just going to assume there's some fundamental thing I don't understand about this noise remap in this context, but I am just utterly baffled here. So weird. Okay. That noise remaps out of the running, because this should be getting read as purely as a color in my understanding. Although, well, this offset, is that going to matter in this case? Because it's 0 to white and we're remapping it. It's color, but I'm wondering if the value carries through. If I do this offset, is it all going to turn pure white or black? Yes, it turned all white. Yeah, anyway, throw me off a little bit, but oh, and I am seeing something that would cause trouble, because we're throwing in the spline as mapping along. But if these splines intersect each other, which they do, you can end up with this type of thing where one spline is affecting the color of another one because it's inside, so the surface of it ends up being closer to not its origin spline. So if you wanted to completely avoid that, you have to make sure that they didn't intersect each other. So anyway, just keep that in mind. It's another little tricky detail. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of running out of time rapidly. There is more. I mean, I feel like there is definitely more cool stuff that we could be doing here. For instance, well, we had this vertex color map just wasn't working before, but now I think if we drop that in, and that should be getting these colors officially piped through. I'll give it a save. Yeah, so there they are in the renderer. And that is now capable of doing everything else. I wonder if we can now pipe that through this color ramp. Yes, but because of those little glitchy intersections, you can very specifically see it at the intersection points, those are getting remapped a lot more. So those would become sort of a mess. I guess the noise frequency, we stay at 1. Or I'm sorry, the amount, and then we can start adding more frequency. Am I correct in that? I wonder if we're getting patterning. Yeah. Well, I thought we'd run into the limit, but it's like the limit's even more obvious than I thought it would be. But it's like, because we only have a certain number of segments here, we only have the resolution of those segments. So essentially we're starting to get these little pops of color one way or the other. So we'd have to have more subdivisions for it to be able to survive that. So I think our lovely little noise remaps are just not quite going to work for us here. That's not to say the rest of it's not working. I wonder, I mean, now that we have geometry, at least a bit of geometry, there's a bunch of things I wonder if it would work. Like if we make a max on noise, and can we pipe that out as time scale? Ooh, is there no such thing as a 2D? Is there no 2D noise? Because if I drop that on here, yeah, it's just a cloud. You can see here this black spot is kind of traveling through several different lines. I wanted, source object UV. Okay, maybe. Drop the scale. That's interesting. Maybe not wrong. Well, anyway, just so you know, I'm trying to make little stripes that kind of run along the length of it is what I'm trying to do. So if we make X, Y, Z, Z doesn't seem to be a variable. So X, Y. Okay, other one. Okay, cool. So it's a 2D noise. I've stretched it. We could do that. It's like infinity stretched in one direction, which essentially makes it look like stripes on there. And now as we shrink our scale, we're going to start getting these little bumps. This is essentially what it's going for, is that we could do something like that, which looks cool. Like, now we're actually getting these little ridgy bumps. And then those little ridgy bumps there, I was hoping we could pipe those through a displacement and get like tiny little variations in the thickness. That would be kind of cool. Now, right now they are uniform. They're uniform along this entire length. I don't know if we could do some sort of UV offset. I'm not an expert in, especially the new UV, the UV space. But I wouldn't be surprised if there would be a way for us to offset these a little bit. Like, for instance, like this stuff gets deep if they work. But right now, you see we've got all of these different inputs here. So we could grab our offset here. If I change this offset, you can, let's see, that offset doesn't actually feel like it's doing it. Nope, that doesn't feel like it's doing anything. All right, well, those offsets don't super duper feel like they're doing anything, honestly. Output, maybe? Oh, well, yeah. That's interesting, but not what I want either. We could technically do it in the scale. Even that would work. So if I were to pipe out, did not mean to keyframe that. Delete track. I now piped out the overall scale. If we were to take the vertex map and map it, could we drive the overall scale with it? I'll just drop it in now and see if it does anything, which it does. Okay, so that did work. You see that they all look different now by piping just that one value in. So it's not perfectly randomizing everything, but if we were to grab a change range and pipe that in, I believe it's just black to white, but now we already know that the scale that we wanted was, when we're not piped in, the scale is it's still, there you go. The scale is 0.1. So if we grab our output range and say 0.1, 0.1, and we'll say, okay, it's actually going to be 0.15 to 0.05. So that becomes the output range. And now we drop that in. Every single one of those is getting a slightly different range. And now, as far as I can tell, I can't tell any patterning there. I mean, maybe at the very start there would be, but now every single one of them has a different stripe applied. So that's actually pretty powerful. That's something. Yeah, but now that we have geometry, it's not surprising we're able to do these types of things. So that gives us all that striping. Are we able to do the displacement? I don't know. I know there's some changes to the displacement. Let's make a displace bump map, displacement map. That will, let's output the color. And then say, give me displacement, save, displace. And then, oh, okay, yeah, actually pretty good. Look, immediately it is doing the displacement we want, that I wanted. We could crank up the contrast on that for sure. For now, actually, even that scale is probably fine for what I'm going for. So now we just say that the original sweep is being piped in a way thinner radius. That's going to take a second for that to refresh. Yeah, so now all the lines got really skinny, and now the displacement can counterscale them up to be bigger, which is pretty much exactly what we're getting there. And then we can pipe we've got our overall stripy color that we can pipe into the color. And now those become different colors with different thicknesses. And now we're just in the realm of being able to colorize all this stuff in the exact same way that we were before. So, I don't want to, it's getting a little long in the tooth right now. So let's just try and get some basic things going. See if we can make it look a little bit nicer. So let's get this ramp going. We'll grab, what's a nice color? Let's go kind of wonky on it. That's colorizing all of them. I kind of wanted that to be each of the stripes along, which we are not necessarily. Oh no, I think it froze again. That's just a ramp. All I do is change this ramp, so I don't know why it might have frozen again. And I would have lost a little bit this time. We might have lost all that nice noise mapping on there. Here's a question: why is that successfully getting colorized? Right there. I guess because the vertex map survives. Yeah, I forget the vertex maps actually do propagate through to the rest of it, which is pretty cool. But like, yeah, this is just another straight up freeze. Like, it's getting a little frustrating here. We're crashing more often. Oh man, I just wanted to get like a little transparency on here, maybe a little subsurface scattering, see if we could crank up some more of the lines, just get some nice colors going. Yeah, but sadly, that's our third crash for the day. Womp. Pro Tools, save it. Thanks for looking out. Um, let's see how much we might have lost. We always have to regrow them, which is funny. Whee! Smooth, reduce. This still has the limit that I think we had typed in. I think maybe. So it's not unreasonable for the sweep. And then we still got these colors from the sweep, but it's in this material. Oh, okay. I saved it pretty recent. Look, it was right when we were starting the displacement. Actually, it's not surprising I saved it right when you were doing displacement because that was a risky thing to do. So this goes back to 0.1. Get our renderer going again. All right, so we barely lost a minute there. All right, those became bumpy again. Our displacement's fine. I might we've got this lovely noise remapping everything, but just for our bump purposes, I probably want to grab a ramp, interject a ramp on there, and then potentially like start pulling up. Yeah, that's gonna make it skinnier. Actually, I'm a little. Yeah, you see how we get like larger areas and thinner. Although maybe that makes sense because we don't have anything. Yeah, that makes perfect sense because right now it's just working off its existing geometry. We don't have any render tag based subdivisions going, right? And that's something you have to manually do. Geometry override tessellation and yeah, even just by turning, suddenly you see that these are behaving a lot more like the way I was expecting, where they're kind of like in, out, in, out, in, out, which is cool. And now that they are doing that, I don't need that contrast I was trying to add in there. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. So yeah, I might add a little bit of that in, and I might do a little bit of that, but let's see how that looks. Yeah, look, okay, that's almost exactly kind of the lumps I was trying to go for. So that's pretty good. And then save it. And then we get our color attribute, which we can feed into a ramp. But, oh yeah, what I was going to do, we'll just do this maybe safely. Did I just freeze again? I mean, I saved it, but I didn't even do something. Like it was the vertex color was connected to a ramp, but that wasn't even plugged into anything, and I just deleted that ramp. Yowzers! I mean, I know we got a lot of geometry now, but something about this, honestly, I've had this happen before. The vertex color, the vertex attribute seems a little unstable. Seems a little unstable. So, I mean, regardless, it's a part of C4D. It's part of Maxon, so I'm not giving them a pass. But I do think that the vertex map in particular is unstable. It is fun growing those out. And then smooth them out. Sweep them. Okay, so save as the next version. What I was going to do was go to our vertex map and potentially make a terrible idea, make a second vertex map. And then on this one, have it do the individual calculation. Although, thanks to their UVs, maybe we get that for free with just a raw ramp, don't we? Yeah, maybe that second one is unnecessary. And honestly, these aren't doing anything for me right now. So getting the overall variation is the more powerful aspect. All right, come on. Come on, Redshift. You can do it. Okay, so we're back here. Just for right now, I don't need that extra displacement, so I'll yank that off. That's going to be, in theory, lightening the load a hair. Okay, so we're back to this material. We're back to this ramp, which crashed us, but we can still just treat it as a ramp. Give it... Actually, yeah, that's what I was going to do is... Actually, I'll just use this blank ramp. If we feed a blank ramp into the color... Are they? Yeah, the ramp is still ramping kind of the way we'd expect it to. So we don't need a vertex map to do that for us. So I don't know if we want it to be darker in the middle or lighter in the middle, but yeah, we've got that lovely stripe there. And then we can start layering this up in a layer, just like we did before. So we can grab, that's the base color. I honestly just might make a base color. So like, let's go with a lovely teal color here. So say that is now teal. And then oh yeah, we get the second layer. So let's turn off layer 1. So now you see we got teal. And then we put in the second layer, our layer 1. We'll set that to overlay. And now we get darker and lighter. We can also multiply, but right now those colors are fine for me. And then we have our vertex map, which can give us variation per line, which I think is fine. I'll save it. And deleting that ramp has caused us trouble. I'm just going to leave it there. Let's feed that in as the next layer, and I'll say that. And then we can overlay that as well. And now individual tendrils are lighter or darker. I was going to pull back on it, but honestly, I don't feel like that's even pushing it too far. Yeah, so individual ones lighter or darker. And then we have our lovely little stripies here, which we can also apply. So let's give ourselves another layer. It's pretty rare for me to get this many layers in. Let's, we're still good. So I'm going to hit save, drop that in as the next color, and we get these stripes. And that I can say to also overlay. So now with all of these elements in play, we can start layering all that stuff in. And we could push these things further, or right now it's not feeding, we get that more extreme ramp, but we could also colorize it. So those could be overlaying with additional colors. Maybe right now, which one? We've got the overall ramp, which is color 1 or layer 1. So let's pull back on that one a little bit. Yeah, so it doesn't get quite as bright over there. And any one of these could get layered up with like even more colors, even more variation. And even now, like those things are getting a little bit bright. So maybe we could enable another layer and we'll just bring in a little bit more of a baseline color again and just say to multiply. And so we'll pull back. So now these whites will get a little bit of color even by themselves. Maybe I'll even pull this a little bit more into the blue because we're already getting a lot of green. And that's a multiply, but we could also, yeah, I don't know. I often I just cycle through these and see what like ends up looking the best. If any of those are kind of like that. Okay, so hard light in this particular case is looking pretty good. I like that. Okay, so that looks good. Let's save it. And then pipe, maybe just more solid colors. Maybe, well, it is that overall, so I'll risk it. Let's go into our subsurface because now we actually have thickness. So now let's pipe out our color. So let's get, well, I showed you my trick already, which is make a correct. And pipe in a copy and feed. Oh, and then this copy will be brighter, 1.5, and more saturated. I'm going to like way oversaturate. So that becomes super duper saturated, and that will be piped in as the subsurface color. And now, just so we can see, let's go and go to our subsurface and crank it all the way. And let's see pure subsurface. So yeah, actually that softens it quite a bit. And we'll just go and find a nice happy medium so a little bit of light can get through there. And let's see, right now actually it does have reflection. I kind of thought it'd be a little shinier, but I guess with all this bump, it's not too bad. So yeah, we can have that be real shiny if we wanted it to. So that's looking okay. I mean, there's a lot of layers, a lot of extra details and stuff we can put on there. For now, let's tell the torus not to render. So we just get the tendrils, save it. We could reactivate our subdivisions there, which might make everything a little too skinny, but I could always make the baseline line thicker. Yeah, the way these are bumps and stripes are going, that I feel like it's a little too bumpy. So we can go back in here. That is this doing the effect. Right? Yeah, that's the noise getting mapped. So right now we're driving the overall scale here. So all we have to do is start increasing this. So let's do 5.5 and 4.5. Let's see those. I mean, so essentially this pattern should be 5 times bigger. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So pretty much exactly what I was going for there. So they get thinner and thicker. We could say to do that. We could say not to do that. Like either way that works. And based on the stuff we have these lines be thin in the beginning and get thicker as they go out. We haven't looked at the reference for a while. Honestly, at this point, we're just being artistic with it. Honestly, it's hard to say because it seems like they're more clustered there, and then they move their way outward. But anyway, I'm digging the way that those look. So really, at this point, it just turns into a question of the how many more of those lines could we introduce before it freaks out. So let's pause the render, save it because it's working. And right now we're just using this as a filter. So I could say, give us another 20,000 lines. And those seem to have popped in pretty quick. Let's try jumping up to the full 100,000. Oh, this is a point cap, by the way, not lines. So keep that in mind. That's still doing okay. And that the sweep is updating. So I'll turn off the sweep for a moment and let's just see what the actual number it wants to have is. So I'm going to click override and you'll see, yeah. So we just went up to, yeah, I'm not sure what number it wants, but let's drop it down to about half of the number of lines that it wants. And then see if the sweep can sweep. Yeah, okay. This is also giving us a point cap, so that the second filter might be filtering out some, but let's see what that render looks like. There's more lines than there were. And really it just goes to, I think we just need to make so many of these that you can't even see through them anymore. Yeah, there's definitely more than there were. Anyway, There's obviously a lot to explore here. We're able to push things in some ways a lot further than I thought we'd be able to. Um, Given different conditions and setups, there's a lot of ways we could be exploring this. And we did a lot of this with particles, and I do like the uniformity we get here. But honestly, we could have just cloned a bunch of splines along and let the displacement push them one way or the other. A lot of different ways of approaching the basics of this rig. We could do a lot more with materials. We could do, even now, it's maybe not a good idea, but I'm going to throw a little bit of transparency on there just to see what it does. So maybe opacity. We could try transparency, but that's going to be refractive. But it could look cool. I mean, I don't think the eyeball actually had any refraction, but let's just add some transparency on there. And yeah, so now now they definitely starts feeling almost more organic, where we can kind of see through them a little bit. That's kind of cool. Let's push even further. Yeah, so they start becoming really transparent. I imagine these are only dark because there's so many lines there that they can't render that thick. But if we were to take the transmission, actually pipe the transmission out and take the same color in again, now those become transparent. Oh, that looks really cool. Look at that. That's cool. So that's doing a little bit more of what I wanted my subsurface to be doing, but now it's working via the transparency. If you are inclined, you can actually add roughness onto those, and now you see those become a lot more opaque. So you have to find a happy balance there. I think just like a hint of fuzziness on those could be good, but also some of this depth, some depth on there might be a good way of going as well. But look at those. That looks really cool. And yeah, with more displacement and imperfections, even right now we're having these lines kind of uniformly get bigger and smaller, but we could add a different noise on top of them, so there'd be variation along the line. A lot of things that we could do to tackle this, or to push it further, but we can only explore so much. And I still have an entire potential tutorial to record right now. Can we make the background black? Sure. Let's just grab our HDR, and then a version or two ago, they made it so you have to go to details and then say show up in the camera 0%. And now the HDR just doesn't show up there. But yeah, I think we could do a lot more. Like we could do all this little color striping and stuff because we already figured out how to run the stripes on there. But of course, as soon as we turn this into real geometry along a sweep, then it was obvious we'd unlock all of these features. I was just happy that via the vertex map, we didn't have to explode them all into separate objects. So essentially we found by using the vertex map and mapping the same spline along it, we were able to find a way of faking each of these stripes being its own color. That was a novel thing. I didn't think we'd be able to necessarily do. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like it. And then even now we're doing this with a sweep, but potentially we could have done this entire thing not with a sweep, but with a volume mesher. We've been using a volume mesher an awful lot, but well, not all of it, because we would have to use the second vertex map to get the stripe, which we'd lose, but I'm pretty sure, and I should probably, just move on right now, but just because I can't help myself, let's try throwing it to a volume builder, volume mesher. Tell that to, and here, honestly, now I'm not even scared of the point cap because I'm pretty sure volume builders can handle it. Let's drop that radius down to 1. The density definitely is going to have to be up pretty high. And then we drop our voxel mesher down to 1 as well. Yeah, so now this all starts blobbing into each other, which already that gives it kind of a more of an organic, but yeah, I will say a slightly grosser look. Drop that down to like 0.5. So yeah, double the geometry there. And now they all start merging in. That looks great. But we are still, in theory, we got that same vertex map to give us the overall color. We're going to lose that ramp overlay. I don't even know what the ramp will do, but I'm pretty sure we could. It's a little dangerous. I already saved. Let's just drag those in. And nothing will happen, I guess, until we hit render. But yeah, you see that those striped lines are still going through, but just doing that within the context of these blobs. So let's just render and see what happens. I didn't move over the subdivisions, but them blobbing into each other was the cool aspect of it. Wow, surprisingly similar. I mean, that's because the colors are striping through. So And eventually a lot of those do turn into individual tubes, but down here, like they all are properly merged. This might actually be a pretty good way of going about all of it. Right now I'm thinking that transparency. Well, I think this might look a little cooler if we get rid of that transparency. Now we can feel the blobbing into each other a little bit more. We could blur this vertex map via if we were to layer them up more. But yeah, this is all merging in, adding in that displacement might actually it's got to be pretty well subdivided. So the displacement is going to be well. Actually, the displacement is potentially harming it. I'm going to try saying negative displacement. Let's see what that does. That's making it. Okay, there we go. So what was happening is it's pretty well subdivided, more than the sweep was, but the line is because of the way they're blobbing into each other, the line was already fatter. So now pushing that negative, it was making them all be super inflated. By pushing it negative, now a lot of these got really skinny. So you definitely feel like this emerging like organicness on the line. So also pretty cool. So completely different method using the same splines and without the weird limitations that the sweep is giving us. But again, there's more we could do here. There's definitely more that we could do here. If we spent more time and adding more noises and having stuff travel and get mapped along the spline. So anyway, very intriguing, fun question. Thank you very much for proposing that as a question. The overall, keep in mind, anybody who's going to try and track down this as a scene file on my Patreon, that you'll have to probably turn off a couple things, play the timeline, and then see the end result. Because obviously the lines don't exist because it's a simulation. Now, if we'd been able to generate this with a branch spline modifier, then you wouldn't have to pre-roll a bunch. Yeah, that's going to wrap that up, and that's going to essentially wrap up the question portion here. I'll just take you can use range map and make this placement node true. Oh no, agree. If we were trying to do it, we could put the glossy layer on top of it and keep on going. I was strictly worried about like those lines underneath. But yeah, if we were actually going for a proper eyeball, even if we're going sci-fi and whatnot, like we'd be doing a bunch of different things with irises and depth and like we could push it further. We're just out of time. I would have kept going, but we're out of time. I would have kept going if we didn't have to also record a tutorial, but I already went a half hour over on the regular live stream here. Matt Winsney. It's been 5 years since you checked in. So welcome back. Okay, so I'm a little worried about we might end up having to do little chunks if we're going to do actually we ended on a tie, but like well, here's the thing. I'm sort of inclined to make a tutorial that doesn't use one of my plugins specifically, just so that it's not like I'm spamming the plugins. Not that I'm super worried about that, but I'm completely down for using a non-Rocket Lasso plugin one, but we will be using a bunch of the modifiers because it's where a lot of new powers have been unlocked. But if we're doing that running guy effect, then we'll be doing it sort of blank. I won't have done it for a while, so I could see us going through. I mean, at the worst case scenario, we'd go all the way through, and they'd be okay. Well, that's a good practice run, but now we got to record it again for real. I know, nobody has to stick around specifically, but yeah. I mean, let's just wing it. So we'll see how it goes, everybody. Yeah, I guess we just dive right on in. So I'm going to check the chat at very specific breaks or if in case we crash or something. But if you have any questions or any additions that you'd like to see inside of the process, please like interject. Let's just get a nice little image reference up for sort of some electrical. Yeah, maybe even this very first one, honestly. Well, that's a blender. Maybe it's a bad one to reference. But we are going for like a stylized electrical look. I'm just trying to find something with a glow akin to what I want. Yeah, something like that. Oh, sorry, you weren't seeing the screen. I was just Googling some electrical images in Google to be like, okay, we want to try and get a glow kind of like that. Okay, let's go. If you weren't here for the other recordings, I'm going to record essentially a new Rocket Lasso tutorial. I'm trying to make a tutorial every single week, and we're doing it as part of the stream. And as I go, if I make mistakes or if I need edit points or whatnot, I'm going to put a little clap in there because that just tells me I've got an edit point when I see it on the timeline. Okay, so hello, everybody. It's Chris Schmidt from Rocket Lasso, and we've got another tutorial we're going to try and do today. And we're going to just jump right on into Cinema 4D here, jump into the asset browser, and we're going to try and make some cool electrical effects. And you can find an example of what we're aiming for. If you search for the word electric and then go down here, there's a bunch of examples for the electric spline modifier. And these are all scene files that I put together when we made the electric spline modifier. So the thing we're vaguely aiming towards, not necessarily specifically this, but I'm going to make a running character like this, and we've got this trail of electricity traveling behind, sort of like the Flash. And we're just going to wing it, see how well we can go, and see if we can make something really cool like this using a bunch of the new modifiers that were made by Rocket Lasso that you should already have on your machine. So let's begin completely from scratch. And the first thing that we're going to need is some sort of figure running. Now, luckily, inside of Cinema 4D, there is a bunch of motion capture already. So I can move inside motion capture. We've got different folders that we can look at, but here's all of them. But I could, while I'm in this folder, just search for the word running. And we've got a lovely jog here. We've got running. We've got this one that's kind of flailing and tripping and then continuing. That might be kind of fun. This one's got a running leap. That's also got a big old running leap. I'm just looking for things with a nice loop. That's going from standing. I kind of like this tripping one. Let's grab that. So I'm going to bring that in, and that will just bring us in a skeleton here. And the skeleton is going to be running along, tripping, and it should just keep on looping. If we increase our timeline here, if it continues, let's see, it does actually just stop dead. We could create a continuous loop there if we want to, but for now, I think that's working pretty well. Another thing to keep in mind is we've got this running, stumbling null. And if I yank this rig out from that, it would stop it from moving forward. That's where the keyframes are, but we could also mute that or just disable that keyframe from moving forward. So we might do it in place. We might do it running along. Having said all that, we need to map this to some sort of geometry. I mean, technically, we could use these joints if we were inclined, but let's get a figure of some sort in there. Now, they do have that built-in kind of running figure. Let's get rid of that. And if we move into the motion capture, there is this model that we can use. And that was what was used in the example. But you can use a different type of mesh. And I'm not really going to worry about binding everything to the joints really well, but let's get a basic thing. I'm thinking we jump to models. Let's just search for, I don't know, was it the male model here? Yeah, something like this. We've got this male baseline. If I grab that, you see it's in a pretty good T-pose for us. So without too much effort here, whenever you bring in that motion capture, you can click on the character definition tag, and there's a go to reference pose. If I click on that, you see it's going to T-pose pretty well. And you'll see this is nearly identical to this baseline male model that's in the asset browser. So the only thing I need to do to match this up is expand the spine out a bit. And then under the shoulder, we got our left arm and our right arm. And I am merely going to eyeball this, and I don't care about the fingers. So I'm just going to tilt this down until the wrist is essentially lining up. And I'll grab the other one and rotate that one until the wrist is about lining up. You see, I'm not worried very specifically about everything matching perfectly. So now if I middle mouse button click on the hips here, it'll select every single joint, the entire hierarchy. Hold down Control or Command, and then also select the actual mesh that we want to bind to. And then just go to Character, Bind. All defaults, just click that. And now rewind, and you'll see our character jumps in the running pose because we went to the basic pose, and now it's matched onto it perfectly. So if I hit play, now it's going to be running along, and we've got some actual geometry to work from as he's running and then tripping and then continuing forward. Like I said, we didn't worry about the fingers. I don't know how much the fingers were going to be captured anyway. And sometimes you get some pinching and whatnot in the model, especially if we're not going to spend any time cleaning it up. If you didn't know, there's a pretty neat modifier called the Delta Mush modifier. And if you drop that after the skin deformer, it can actually do a decent amount of cleanup on things where it's just rounding out correct areas and kind of unpinching certain pinched areas. So, look at it without, and you can definitely see a little bit of wonkiness here, especially things like the elbow bending and right here around like the pecs. That's definitely pinching. Look at the armpit, pretty rough. This deformer by itself, pretty good job of rounding things out and making it not look quite so messy. So that's kind of what it's designed to do. Whew. I'm going to Pro Tools. Yes, I will be presenting at NAB. Did they post? Oh, okay. They posted the NAB announcement. I haven't even seen that yet. We'll pull that up at the very end. I'm going to give this a quick save outside of the edit and just continue from there. Electric run. That's fine. All right, cool. Okay, let me think before I continue. We got a bunch of cool tools to work from. We need to, it'd be cool to use the interconnect a little bit. Like the interconnect tool is pretty powerful. Let me think. I would love to introduce the interconnect as part of this. But the interconnect, I think, requires polygons. Not that that's hard to do. But it also goes to, like, I don't know that there's really a place for it. Well, I saved it here. We might return back to this point. I'm just going to keep on plowing through. So, all right, I'm going to continue. All right, excellent. So we've got our figure. He's ready to run. Now we need some points that are going to get traced by a tracer, and we're going to be able to turn those into electricity. So how do we make those points? Well, we could do it all over the mesh, but let's limit it. And I think we'll limit it via a matrix object. Setting the matrix object to the mode of object will feed in the male base here, and now that's creating a bunch of copies just all over the character randomly. We can make as many of those as we want to, and later on just change that dynamically if we want more, if we want less. Super easy. Right now the draw size is at 10, but we'll drop it down to 1 so they're nice and small, and I don't think we need that red material anymore. So if I hit play, now those are actually, they're not stuck to the character. Oh no, they are stuck to the character. They're just not refreshing. Actually, they're refreshing kind of oddly. Let's move it after the character, and honestly this is getting deformed after the geometry, or I'm sorry. And we'll move to geometry after the joints as well, because it's like joints happen first, then the deformation, then the matrix object. So let's see if they stick on it now. And yes, they do. So that was mostly just an order of operations in the viewport. It still would have rendered correctly. Of course, matrix objects don't render. Having done that, we've now got those stuck to those parts of the character just fine. They shouldn't be sliding around on the character or anything like that. So let's grab ourselves a tracer object under the MoGraph dropdown, make the tracer. I'll put that after the matrix, hit play, and now we'll have these traced lines moving behind the character. We can limit it by saying from start, although sometimes I mess up the order here. So let's say 25 frames worth and see if that is, nope, I did it backwards, from end. And now you'll see that as the character runs, that the lines will eventually erase out from behind the character. So that's some super duper basics there. But now that we've got those lines being generated out from the character, we can start adding an electrical effect on top of it. And we do that very easily by grabbing the electric spline modifier. You can grab your deformer menu and find it right inside there, or hit Shift-C and search for the word electric. There's the electric spline modifier. Drop it as a child of the tracer, and boom, instant electricity. Now, I love the electric spline modifier. It's one of my favorite tools that we built for Maxon, and it does a bunch of things that are pretty cool. Let's look at some very basic things. First of all, it is resampling the spline. Now, the spline as it was created is going to have a decent number of points running down. So if I turn that off, this is using the original points, but there was nowhere near enough points to make the electrical effect. So if we resample it, you can see that, yes, lots of electricity. Scrolling down, there's an effect I wanted to do right away, which is we've got this fix start and end. And if I drag these sliders, and I don't know if we want the start or the end. Yeah, okay, the start one, just for the order of these splines, you can see that's fading out. So the points are exactly at their origin. But if we say, hey, we're not worried about the origin, we can fade that out. And now those are free to just wiggle around however they want to. And now if I hit play, let's just do that from scratch again. You can see that we've got this wave of electricity chasing behind the character, and then he'll terminate and erase out because it's all on the tracer object. But that's actually doing a pretty good job of stretching behind. Now, the electricity is a little chaotic right now. And something I might like to do is tell these to pivot from a particular spot. Something that's interesting is we've got this pivot from slider talking about the electric spline modifier. There's a couple of interesting aspects to it. And one of them is that it's index based. It's not based on the space that it's in. If you think about most displacement inside of C4D, let's even just make a cube, and I will make a random effector. This random effector could be used as a deformer. So I'll drop it as a child of the cube and set that to deformer point. And now see every point is randomly moving, but it's randomly moving in space effectively. Well, especially if it's noise based. If I set this to be a noise, I can now grab my random and start moving around. Oops, that's actually not true. Space is global. I thought the noise would be relative to where that was. Oh, it's probably relative to node, relative to the effector. Nope, still not refreshing. Now it does. Okay, it needs both of those. Then we move back over to the parameter and set our transform. Move to the parameter tab, change our transform mode to absolute and our transform space to node. This is the way I think, at least I think of a lot of noise in C4D, which is like there's a big cloud of noise and we're passing through it. So in this case, I can move this random effector, and it's not doing again. Oh, it's supposed to be on effector. Yeah, it's supposed to be that way. I didn't hit undo enough times. Okay, third time. Move into the parameter tab, and let's set the transform mode to absolute and the transform space to effector, and you'll see it's suddenly different. But this is the way I think of noise inside of C4D, and that is there's a big cloud of noise and we're passing through it. So if I were to grab this random and move it, you see that I'm moving the cloud of random noise and it's getting deformed along with it. Actually, I'm not even sure that that's true. Do you see how it looks like it's stretching? So I think I'm just physically moving the model. So even that's not doing what I thought it was doing. Interesting. Okay, well, that's just a terrible example then. We could just use displacer and noise. I was just trying to use it via random effector. So we already made a cube, so I'll just do it as if we did. Well, to show that off, I'll make a cube. We'll throw in a couple of subdivisions here. We'll do 11, 11, 11, and we'll make a displacer deformer, which is hiding somewhere. A displacer, let's just do that again. And we'll grab a displacer deformer and drop that as a child. And then inside we'll feed it a max on noise. And we get this lovely noise pattern here, so I can increase that global scale. And it's as if there's this big giant cloud of noise, and wherever this object is being affected by it. If I were to make a null, drop the displacer as a sibling of it, if I were to grab this cube and physically move the cube, this is also relative to the object. I guess it's absolute in like the world space. Everything's moving relative to the, I think it's moving relative to the axis. Unfortunately, I can't physically move that. But see, it did change. If I move the geometry, so it's just the displacer's noise is being generated per object relative to the axis of the object. But that doesn't make a very good demonstration of the point. I mean, it's to a degree an unnecessary explanation. So I guess I'll just keep it abstract. I usually think of the noises in C4D as this big, giant mathematical cloud of noise, and that the points of the object are passing through that cloud of noise. But this is a little bit different. What we're doing is we're taking the index of each segment, and then that gets kind of strung up as a line inside of a noise, and then we pass that noise through those indexes. So it's not position-based, it's index-based on here. So along those lines, let's grab our electric spline modifier, and let's change our noise type. And here's something I really like doing. Let's change this to something like, and let's change our noise type. I'll change this to Perlin noise, and you'll see we get this lovely smooth noise traveling all along the overall shape. And if I were to hit play, let's let that grow out again. Just let it stretch. You can see that the noise is sort of statically here, and then suddenly it gets yanked across. And that is happening because of this pivot from slider. So let's let that grow out to pretty much its maximum length until it just starts moving forward. This noise is pivoting. The index is essentially pivoting from the center point of any one of these segments. But we can modify that. Actually, let's pivot from, I guess it pivots from, it doesn't pivot from the center. It's already on 0%. Obviously, it's not pivoting from the center. The noise is this pivot from, let's do it again. This pivot is actually currently at 0%. So it's pivoting, I think, from where the character is. But if I tell it to pivot instead from the other side, it's pivoting from where it's being generated. It might be the literal exact opposite of what I just said. But you see that by switching it from one side to the other, that this noise is a lot smoother. Yet, definitely before, let me say that all again, because it's actually a pretty good explanation, but we need to say it in one continuous go. So currently, this noise index is pivoting from the very first point over here. And that means as the character keeps on stretching further and further along, it's making more noise. But at a certain point, it's getting yanked forward because it's not generating new spline anymore. But if we say to pivot instead from 100%, now it's pivoting from the character. So it's actually running forward along the line. Index 0 up here on the segment is essentially the starting point. And now as the character continues running forward, the point connected to him continues to be 0. When this was pivoting from the other side, then the line essentially stretches out, hits its end, and then starts kind of passing through it. But anyway, the difference here now, we'll leave it kind of wrong. If I hit play, you see there's suddenly this jerky motion as it starts traveling forward. If we pivot instead from 100%, given this current spline, if we reversed the tracer, then that would have been fine where it was default. But if I hit play now you see that the noise smoothly is traveling along with the object. So that gives us a lot better control here, and it's not spatially dependent, it's index dependent. Whew. Now we can talk about one of my favorite things when it comes to the electric spline modifier, and that is that we can layer it up multiple times. So if I were to just throw in that original FBX noise or any of these other noises, you see we get this crazy electrical effect that can look really cool. We can do things like change the noise frequency to make it larger or smaller and a little bit more coherent. We can do a bunch of different noise types. Like all of that is totally controllable and it's cool. But if we do things like use a Perlin noise, what we can do now is do large displacements and really have these lines drift from their original position, and then layer on a second noise. So let me search for another electric spline modifier, drop it again afterward, and now we can add this electrical effect layered on top of the first one. So now we can art direct these big sweeping lines, change those noises independently. Let's change the frequency here. You see I can make them like a way smaller noise, the frequencies, making there be more different loops of noise through it. Or we could make it smaller and you see these become a little bit more uniform through each other. So we can art direct that separately from this little electrical effect that we can layer on top after that. We can make the step be smaller, say 0.5, and actually even go smaller than that. Let's do like 0.1. So now there's going to be a tiny little bit of distance between each point. As I decrease my displacement here, you can see we get all of this. I'm changing the wrong one. I was like, why is it not visually doing what I'm saying? On the new second one that's creating our electrical effect, we can change our resample. So let's do like 0.5, and suddenly you see the electricity has more detail. Let's drop it even further to like 0.1. You see we get all this rich detail, these little twisting lines going because there's more resolution for it to work from. But those bigger lines are still being generated by the earlier one. Just keep in mind that this is resampling and there are a lot more points involved on it. Also, the second spline modifier is also fading out from the start. So I can pull back on that so the electricity doesn't fade away. Also, that is applying to the beginning as well. On this character, it's going to be fading in, but we could say, like, we pull back and now it can drift away from the character. We've also got this blend value. So if I pull it way out, you see it takes a lot long. It will blend all the way throughout the line. If we make it really short, the blend is quite fast. So I think we'll do that. We'll leave it pretty mild at like 5% for the blend. All right, let's take a look at what that electricity looks like now. So now, yeah, we've got this electrical effect chasing behind. Let's also pivot from that same side. There we go. That's much more stable. We got that electricity chasing behind the character. And I definitely feel like I want to see that looping a little bit more. So let's get the character looping several more times. Let's see if I can remember how to do that without too much fuss. Let's go into our timeline here, and we will grab the entire character here, which kind of grabs all the children, etc. And we've got before and we've got after. Actually, we probably want this null as well. So we'll just grab all of that stuff. And inside here, just make sure we got everything. And grab the after, and we could say repeat or continue or offset. So I think we can probably just do a offset repeat. I'm totally guessing here. Actually, this seemed to be pretty good. Oh, wait. Yeah, yes. This was what I thought. So offset repeat. Let's see. Okay, I'm just doing a little bit of a practice run on this bit. But what I think we need to do is this null needs an offset repeat. So I'll select just that one and do an offset repeat. And I think if you set it to 0, it becomes infinity. And then I'll grab all of the children. I don't know if I select that. I'm middle mouse button clicking, but is it actually selecting? Oh, that's weird. I select just that, middle mouse button click, nothing happens. But then as soon as I clicked anything, it sort of refreshed and it selected everything. So middle mouse, I'm just going to blindly do it. Middle mouse button click. Doesn't seem to select the hierarchy, but a single click does. Select that. It sort of does. It's highlighting very strangely. If I middle mouse button click, it seems to select the entire hierarchy, but doesn't refresh. So if I hold down Control and click it, it did trigger a refresh. I don't even know how to explain that. Now I think I should be able to just say a full-on loop. And now those are looping. So essentially, those shouldn't be offsetting from each other. They should just be infinitely looping. The running part of it, this one, just that. Why does it say it's not doing? If I select that, it's selecting all the children. So it looks like it does just automatically select all the children. So we might need to grab just the position then. And that's the offset repeat. I mean, that seems fine. And let's see if it's actually true. Whoa, stumble, and then keep going. No, he's not. His run's not running. Maybe 0 is not. Let's see. Select that. Loop 0. Maybe, yeah, loop 0. It says loop end. I mean, maybe it's something manually that we set. I don't understand. Yeah, he's still not. What's going on here? Animation. What's going on here? I'm really thrown off by that selection weirdness. Like my clicks are just not clicking and doing what I think they should do. But like seriously, if I set this to loop, that should loop 14 times. So like it should definitely continue. Even if I'm wrong about the 1, that should be continuing, right? Maybe are those are directly keyframed maybe? Or yeah, they're keyframed. So yeah. Pro Tools definitely. Well, it goes to, even if I'm wrong about the 0, or maybe you're right about -1. If I'm manually telling it, yes, keep on looping 14 times, that should work, right? This feels like, how could I be getting that wrong? All right, we'll come back there in a moment. Let's just grab a ref or a raw motion capture run. Let me grab the same one. That's fine. Okay. Anyway, we're just in a simplified scene that I haven't modified anything. If I click on anything like the mocap, I guess it's mocap rig, but it says mocha prig. Grab the hips, and then right now it's set to constant. It'll just stop. So that's what I expect. It'll just dead stop. That's fine. But then, and the hips are doing a bunch of stuff, right? Just the hips, please. Yeah, that's doing that. So they just stop and they're there forever. If I were to say loop, it's not looping. Relative mapping, no. R23 evaluation, no. Solo animation, that's not anything. I'm waiting to see those lines should change. You know, he's still going to stop dead. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Let's just grab the position. That should be me selecting the track. And it still says loop. That should be moving. Let's try grabbing everything. Yeah, that's just now, that's keyframes. So it doesn't do anything. I'd swear I've done this type of thing before, and it's incredibly straightforward. So why is this not working? After loop, before. That shouldn't do anything. Weird. What was that? Well, I arbitrarily did that. Why is it showing keyframes at the end? Yeah, there's no keyframes there. This is not the step I expected to get stumped on. Loop, maybe repeat. I don't. If it's repeat instead of loop, I'm going to be frustrated. Oh, it's yeah. Okay, so that's still. It's funny just having the hips do it, but like, okay, repeat seems to be doing something. So, let's continue, or let's do it again from scratch. So I would grab the top one and say, this one, I want to do a offset repeat. And I want that to, let's just loop 111 times. And now if we scrub, yeah, it's just gonna keep moving. Oh wait, is it? Oh yeah, okay, wait, this is what we did before. It's already, they're all selected. So now, unless is it gonna be as simple as that? Like we said, offset repeat, but like, does everything else reset well? So it's not like getting additive. Like if we let that run like a bunch of times, is the figure all messed up? I thought we'd have to do them separately, but it's a little hard to tell. No, he still looks correct. All right, it's okay. We'll just set the offset repeat and that. I mean, I'm not necessarily fully understanding it. We'll just act as if that is correct. So, I mean, if it works, it works. It's on frame 30, but with the lines. Now, I definitely want to see this character running a little bit further, a little bit longer, so we can keep it going. So let's move into our timeline here. And inside, I will middle mouse button click on the top. Actually, I think everything gets selected just by selecting at one time. Everything's propagating through. And we've got the tracks selected. So over here, you see we've got, 190 different tracks selected. So if we grab after, currently it's set to constant, but I'm pretty sure if we just set this to offset repeat, and we'll just tell it to repeat like a whole bunch of times. And now if we hit play, you'll see that the character, as we move past this point in the timeline, let's zoom out, it's just going to keep on going. He's just running straight out of the screen, continuing forward, and it's going to run pretty much forever on our timeline. So that's why we can continue looking at it that way. I want the camera to follow along. I'm just trying to think if there's anything dynamic I want to do there. I don't think there's anything super crazy. Now, currently the character is going to now, right now, the character is going to keep on escaping our screen. We want to sort of stay with him. So let's just make a camera. I'll link to the camera. If we make that a child of the running null, it should follow along. So whatever relative position we put ourselves in, it should continue moving along with the character here. So he is moving forward. We're just moving with him now. Think-a-think-a-doo. Before we get much further here, why don't we set these little lightning bolts up to actually render? So moving down to our tracer object, I will right click, add a render tag, red shift render object, and under curve we can say, hey, you're going to be hair strands. We'll keep it nice and simple. Those should now render, but they're going to render based on whatever material we feed on them. So let's go over here, double click, make a brand new redshift material, apply it onto that tracer, and we'll do a bunch of different things here, but we need to be able to see it as we go. So let's open up our redshift render view here so we can see it live. There's a result from a previous live stream there, and there's our lines. We can set these to be we set these to be as thick as we like. If I grab this line, we could actually say that these taper off near the end. Actually, our entire line might be backwards here. Yeah. So that's been throwing us off a little bit as far as the start and the end is concerned, because this is actually the end. But if we keep things going in reverse, we can grab this one and pull it down. And now it's going to be fading out near the back, which I think looks pretty good right out of the gate. Which I think looks pretty cool. Let's move into our material and just call that. Why did that? I want to rename it. Double click the name. Why is it? Shouldn't that open up the name? Oh, wait. Why is it super hiccuping? That's being so weird. Double click on the name here and just call electric. And inside that material, let's make a few quick changes. I think we want the color. We don't need that. We don't need any reflection. But what I do want is a whole bunch of radiance down here, and we want to control the color. So I'll pop out the color, and the radiance, I don't know how much we'll want. So for right now, I'm going to type in 20, which is a lot. And I'm going to want to change the color as we go. Actually, you see immediately that's being nice and bright there. I'm going to want to change the color as we go. So let's double click and search for the word user and grab a color user data. And I will pipe that into the emission color. If you don't see the color, make sure you go and scroll down to where it is. Hold down Control or Command as you click on this dot, and that will propagate it up here. So I will link that through, and I will say that it should be colorized based on the object's display color. And now whatever color the line is what is going to show here. So if I move into my tracer object, change my basic display color to automatic, I can change this to be pink, and now we're going to get these bright pink lines glowing. Now, speaking of glowing, let's actually get there to be some sort of glow on here. So let's pop open our render settings. You can also do this inside your Redshift camera. So if you move under your lens effects, we can activate them here. We see, generally speaking, they're controlled in the render settings. So I will hit Control or Command D. Control or Command B, pop open your render settings. And under this blank area, I will right click and say Redshift Post Effects. And under here, we'll find a couple of cool ones. And depending on what you're going for, and I'm not an expert at this stuff, but bloom is the most straightforward of them. If I enable that, then immediately we're going to get this big old electrical glow around the entire thing. This is entirely a combination of us putting this bloom on and making sure that those electrical lines were really bright, and they had a emission of 20. So right now our threshold is 20, although I think, yeah, they'll still glow a little bit as they're kind of clustered together, even if we push that further. But the lower we bring our threshold down, the more that those are going to glow. And what's pretty cool, and even leaving this at the default, is the lines themselves without this bloom are almost perfect white. Only when they really get skinny there do we even see a hint of the pink, although we do see pink projecting onto the character here. But as soon as we turn on the bloom, now the pink color suddenly comes where that bloom is. So you could definitely play around with this a lot, but I'm just going to leave it at the super basics right there. Is it worth? Flare never looks good, but sometimes you can make streak look okay just for an experiment. If we were to go in the streak and activate that, you can get like these extra bits of glow on there. Do you guys think that's sort of a valid thing for like getting a little bit of extra bloom on there, like just a little bit on it, or should we just not? I'd like to get your opinion on that. And then, yeah, any overall opinions on what's going on here? I'm going to apply. I'm going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to make a couple of bits of electricity that are traveling in between those, so it's like some interconnections between them. And then I'm going to make a little bit of electricity on the character itself that's interconnecting, is sort of the plan. Okay, well, Dean likes the idea of both of them, so maybe we can go and tinker with that. Right now I'm trying to think of, is there a cool way of having the electricity move along his body in some really interesting way? Think. The only way, that doesn't, because you can, like, I could just interconnect between some of those matrices, which is super easy, and right now the way I'm aiming for it, but it does end up being a little bit repetitive in the context of a tutorial. An then an alternative in my head is like, oh, if you had like some dynamic spheres that are trying to chase them around, that those spheres could move around, but those spheres are not attempting to get to any particular point on him. And even if you were to like keyframe where they're getting the seed on the random surface that's being cloned onto, they just suddenly pop to a new position. And even though the simulation would make them try and transition between the two, it wouldn't be like stuck to the surface in any meaningful way. And then we could make a series of individual nulls that are kind of drifting around the character randomly, and that the nulls are randomly or the nulls would be using a constraint tag to snap to the nearest piece of actual geometry. So the nulls could be wanting to drift around and then snap to the nearest part of the character, and that would work pretty well. But they would still occasionally jump from spot to spot, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it would be a very manual rig that we'd have to set up. It would be cool, but it would be very manual. But it might be worth it for the tutorial. All right. We'll see how that goes. But if you're inclined, sometimes I like to go into streak here, and we can activate that, and you get this extra little kind of like pings of light, especially at the places where it's a little bit more clumped up. And by changing the threshold there, you can make them super bright, or you can pull back and just get like a little extra hint. Let's look at those in isolation. Yeah, you can see you get a little bit more of like a direct glow around the outside, and I do kind of like the way that looks sometimes. So let's leave both of those on just for fun. Let's start getting the interconnections going, I think. Let's close down those render settings and the render view. And next up, I would like to try and create some interconnections between these little lines of electricity, just to add in something a little bit more. Well, this is a. I want to create some interconnections between these little bits of electricity just to make them look a little bit more interactive, like they're not so isolated. They're a little bit more grounded in the world just because they interact with each other. So we'll do this in the simplest way I can think to do, and that will be to make another matrix object, and we'll drag that down to the bottom. And we should probably name these things. So let's just call this trail, and then this will be the tracer trail. And now this one will be trail.interconnect. Now, even though we did make a tool called interconnect, that's not what we're using here. I would like to set the matrix object to be on an object. The object will be the tracer tail itself, and that will make a bunch of copies there. I'll make the draw size down to 2, so I can still see them pretty clearly. And I don't think we're going to need that many of them. So let's drop this down to maybe 2 per line. Now, right now, if I were to hit play, these lines are going to get drawn out, and you see each of those are sort of snapped there. They're kind of jiggling around, and I don't mind that variation. But what I'd like to do is have them traveling along the spline as we go. It might be nice just for demonstration purposes to turn off that second modifier so everything's a little calmer so we can see what they're doing. And now, if we were to go to the matrix, we can add something like rate. And as I turn on the rate, they'll start traveling along the spline. And even if we don't want those traveling too fast, although I do think I want them traveling at a decent clip, let's say -101, I'm going to give it a lot of rate variation. So as we do that, that means different segments are going to be traveled all along the line. And I actually want them to be very offset from the beginning. What's going to happen at the start is like 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4, as far as indexes are concerned, are all going to be lined up next to each other identically. So if we grab something like this offset and I say, hey, you're already all offset by like 10,000, and then you have 100% variation. Now they've all been intermingled totally randomly. And the reason that we're doing this is if we grab another tracer object, so I'll hold down Control as I make a tracer, so it puts that at the bottom. And because I already had the matrix object selected, it's already been fed in. We can say, do not trace the lines of there. Do not trace the lines of those. Instead, we can say, I want you to connect all objects. And now suddenly you see we've got these interconnections between them. So right away, that's looking pretty cool. We've got control and you see it's pretty random. If we were to rewind our animation pretty much to the beginning and we get rid of all of that offset, then these are going to be lined up a little bit more in sequence with each other. But with all that offset, it becomes a lot more chaotic and they become lovely and interconnected. Now, I don't necessarily want one continuous line here. So we've got a tool that's pretty powerful and exciting, and that is called the break spline modifier. I think you'll also find that in this dropdown. Yeah, right there, the break spline modifier, another tool made by Rocket Lasso. And what we can do with this is drop it inside the tracer, and I can do something like say, I want you to break at, well, we could do break at like every single point. So yeah, I actually will do that because this only has a point at every one of those little corner locations. Right now, that is one continuous line. If we put the electric spline on it, it's going to be kind of curving between each of them. But if I say, no, I want to split there at the corners, if I were to grab this gap and start increasing it, do you see how there's a break now at each of them? So all those become their own little line segments. So we can actually leave the gap at 0 because we don't want to see the gap, but now we know they are broken apart from each other. So now we could do something like steal the electric spline modifier. I'll just grab a copy of it here and drop it after the break spline modifier. Make sure it is after and not accidentally a child of it first. Uh-oh. I think we just froze again. Is that our fifth? Oh, it woke up. Oh, the reason that just happened, everybody, is it's trying to break after the electric spline, and there's a lot of places to break. It's breaking every single point. So that actually made sense. I'm actually just going to steal a copy of the electric spline modifier. So I will drop this after the brake spline modifier. And now those are getting interconnected between getting turned into electricity, but after they're broken. So this secondary one, I want to be a lot calmer. So let's grab that displacement and pull way back on it. Because it's more subtle, we probably don't need as many subdivisions. So I'll pull back on that. Visually, I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. And all of those are now interconnecting between each other. Exactly what I want. Let's steal our redshift tag and our material and put those on this new tracer. Let's call these interconnected. And let's change the color of the interconnected tracer. Actually, I'd probably like to steal the same color from here. So let's copy that, paste it here by setting display color to automatic and say paste. But I don't want them to be as bright as the other lines. Remember, the other lines are an emission of 20. So if I were to grab this color without even making another material, I can just start pulling back on this. And if I set this color to 50%, that's the equivalent of it being an emission of 10 instead of 20. So they should be more dim. So with that in mind, let's pop back open our Redshift render view, reactivate that, and let's see what we get there. And yeah, now we got these lines interconnecting in between. A couple tweaks to do. First of all, the line should be thinner, and I want it to be full size all the way through. So say full size, we'll make them 0.5, so they're definitely thinner. Actually, I might make them way thinner because these lines can get all the way to these little tapered ends of the previous one, and I don't want these to ever be brighter than that. So let's make these pretty thin. I'm gonna say like 0.1. And yeah, these are now interconnecting like in the dimmer way, which I like a lot more. Now we can make more or less of them if we want. Go back to this trail interconnect matrix object. And we could say that right now there's 2 per line. We could drop this down to say only 1. And now we have half of them, which I do like the look of a little bit more. You could also say instead of per segment, now there's only 1 total, but I could say now there's 10 total. And now there's exactly 10 matrix objects. So there's exactly 10 connections between them. Now, when I copied this, we also copied all of the settings, including it's not fading out. So I'm going to say, yes, I do want you to fade out. So those actually perfectly make it to that edge. And then actually, that's looking pretty good to me. Let's give that a pause and close it. And let's see how that looks if we play. Now we got all this electricity traveling through. Let's hide the main one. So I'll double click the stoplight there. And now we should just be looking at these. They're a little faint for us to be able to see them. So yeah, let me just highlight it by selecting. And now you can see how we've got this coherent interconnected line traveling through, each of them moving at a different speed, but we do get those interconnections. What do y'all think about that section? I really wish, and we just don't have this. This is sort of on my list of ideas, but there's no filter tool. Essentially, like I would love to filter like every other one of these out, so you'd only be getting like random connections instead of one continuous connection. Now, an alternative, actually, that might be a cool way to go. Now, right now, we are limited to doing this interconnect the way that you see me, using it right here. But the thing that annoys me about it is that we get one continuous line traveling all the way through it. But you do have an alternative. If you don't mind making a couple of copies of things, we could say that, you know what, there is only 2 clones here. So you see, I've got a single line interconnecting, and that still works. That's still creating this one line traveling through. But I like the way that single line looks a lot better than a bunch of them interconnected. So if I were to just duplicate this a bunch of times, so just holding both of them, make a duplicate, and grab the matrix again and just give it a different random seed here, then suddenly we've got a different single connection. And I can grab all 4 of them, duplicate again, grab the first one, give it a different seed, grab the 4th one here, give it a different random seed. And now I've got 4 separate ones, each doing their own line. Let me grab each one of them so you can see it highlighted. Now I've got 4 independent line traveling along, and it's doing the exact same thing we had before, but I just like the look of that a little bit better. But now you have to manually make as many copies as you want. And also keep in mind, in this particular case, we don't need the brake spline, but it's not really doing much here, so it's not slowing us down. It's kind of nice to give both options right there. There's an upcoming distribution that we're working on that would actually work really well for this character, but it doesn't exist for all of you yet. So we can't do that. Think. I'm trying to think if I want to do the electricity on the character. We could do, that'd be kind of fun. It wouldn't drift. Okay, I got an idea. Well, I guess it's going to be the big complicated one, but it's going to be because there's no drifting. And I'd love to get some drift on there. Now, of course, you can make as many copies of these as you like. If you wanted 8, now I've got all of them, so I can just copy all of them again. And then if you want to even save time, you can select all of those matrix objects, go to your mixed random seed here and type X plus whatever number, just type in the random number. And now all of them are offset by that amount. And you can see I've got 8 of them. So with all those existing, I'll grab all of them, hit Alt G, and I'll just get grouped, call it interconnect. And they're grouped, and we can go and modify those how we like. So let's reactivate our trail here and let that run a little bit. We're still running along with our character, looking pretty good. And let's say take a little peek at it again. So hit render. Now we got all these let's make sure that the tracer renders. Now you can see we've got all of these independent lines interconnecting there. They'll be traveling separately, just adding a little extra life to it. And we still got our main electrical lines going. So looking really cool. Now, the last big thing I'd really like to add on here is the character itself having a bunch of electrical lines coming off of it. Now, I think there's a lot of different ways we could go about doing that. I can think of a ton of different ways that we could potentially modify it. But I want to make one that's sort of cool and dynamic, something that's drifting along the surface of the character. Maybe it's kind of arcing off the surface of the character. It can still be random. It's electricity, so I'm still fine with it like popping from one limb to another. So, we couldn't do this with vines or something because popping wouldn't be good in that case. But because it's electricity, I think we can get away with it. So why don't we pause that? And we're going to build a little bit of a fancier rig here, but I think it's going to be worth it. Okay. Okay, we can always come back here if we need to. I just saved it. To begin with, the surface that we're going to want to clone onto is going to be a single polygon. So I'll make a plane object, set it to 1, 1, 1, 1. So it's a really tiny polygon. And I want this to always snap onto the surface of the character. So we could right click, and actually the first thing I guess I'll do is I want to kind of wiggle around. So let's first add in a animation tag. So let's say animation, and we'll grab a simple vibrate tag. Don't use those too often. And I'll also make a new null. I'll drop this inside that null. This null will be a child of the running. And let's make sure all that stuff is zeroed out. So I'll just say 0. And now everything's zeroed out right there. Cool. So now this null, I'll move to the center of the character, approximately in the middle of the mass. And everything right now, it should just be moving along with character. If I play, you see this null, and by extension, that plane are just hanging out right there. Cool. Now, this vibrate tag, I want it to be moving all around the character. So let's give it an enable position, and let's see, the character is going to be about how tall. Let's just find out. I'll select his polygons, which are visible, but they're still selected in theory. And you can see the character is about 200 units tall. So let's go a little further than that. Let's say that we can drift about 300 in all directions. So 300, 300, 300. And because it's noise-based, I'm just overshooting a little bit because, noises tend to hang out in that middle gray range. And our frequency, I think it could probably be, I don't know how fast we want to be. I'll say like 0.5. So it's moving relatively slowly. So if I were to hit play now, the hope would be that if I select this plane, you can see that this plane is just drifting around the character. It can be in front of the character. It can be above the character. It can be behind the character. It's just drifting around all over the place. So that is step one. Step two is let's add on another tag. Right-clicking, I will say, give me a rigging tag, and we will make a character constraint tag. Very important. I want to move this after the vibrate tag because the order of operations matters here. The vibrate tag, you'll see here, operates at expression 0. And then after that happens, I'm going to say I want something to happen. This constraint tag, which is also at expression 0. So first that happens, then that happens. What do I want to have happen? Well, I want to clamp. So that'll activate the clamp tab. I want to clamp, which opens up a tab. Moving inside of there, we can drop in the character. So I'll grab the male base, drop that inside, and by default, it's going to stretch out this distance. Just drag it down to 0. Now we're saying you've got to be 0 distance away from the surface of this character. If I hit play, oh, and it's set to origin, so we got to change that. Fortunately, I was just at a different time. Let's rewind and then change it from snapping to the origin. I want to snap to the surface of the character. And now you can see that it is down here on the heel of the foot of the character. Now, currently it is mode fixed position, but that doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep on moving because it's already moving around. But I am going to say use normals, and we can align to a particular direction. So as soon as I use normals here, you can see that it's snapped to the character and it's using normals. I'm going to say align the Z as a Phong normal. And maybe we don't want, actually, I don't think this normals matters much, but as Phong normal and align, align does matter. And yeah, right here, you see it's on the surface of the character and it's aiming away from the character. Actually, no, it's not. It's on, what axis do we need? X plus for some reason, not what I was expecting. Let's see. Let's rewind all the way and change a couple things. I don't want to clamp to the origin. I would like to clamp to the surface of the character. I don't care about a fixed position because we're not going to lock it, but I do want the alignment to be correct. And I want it to align to the Phong normal. So it's going to snap onto the character. That's the idea. And then it's going to face, I want it to face away outside of the character. And I'm not sure what axis that would be. So I'll just zoom up, see where it's snapped to the character, and then just try some of these different alignments. So I could try like Z. It's like, that's not correct. So let's try X. And yeah, X is correct. You see it's now facing away from the character on X. If I click in the plane, you see that the plane is on X plus, so that makes sense. I'm actually going to set that to Z plus, and now I can make the constraint tag also to Z plus, which just makes sense in my brain. That means out. So now, what did we just do? Well, the vibrate tag comes first. It's going to be trying to move all over the place, all over where this character is. And then this tag comes after it and says, well, I'm pretty far from the character, but no matter where I am, move to the closest possible spot on the character from where I currently am. So let's turn off all the electricity. That doesn't matter right now. So turn that off. And we've even got all these interconnects, so we can turn all those off. We're just focused on this little null moving around the character. And you see it's sticking to different parts of the character depending on where he moves. So it's kind of alive. It's drifting around. Now, as the character runs, it's going to be jumping around. And like I said, it's going to be popping from spot to spot. But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it popping. That's what we already established. That's something that we are okay with. Now, something I'm potentially a little worried about, we'll just have to see how it goes, is it's snapping a lot to these external limbs, because those external limbs are the places where I think his foot is turning backwards, which is pretty funny, but I'm just going to ignore that. These external limbs are the further out points. So maybe this just means that this tag shouldn't be drifting as far. Let's say that this is only moving 100, 100, 100. And let's see what that gives us. As that drifts around, you now see it's on that hand a whole bunch, but then it's now moved down to the foot. It's moved to the head. Seems pretty similar. But yeah, it does jump around quite a bit. If I were to tell that to not be constraining anymore, let's just disable that. And now you can see that my tag is drifting over here and it's drifting there. And I'm not sure why it's got that big old extended line. Oh, it's probably because it's not active. Yeah, it makes sense that that's stuck to the hand. Some part of that oscillate. The foot must not default back to 0. I'm getting a little worried. I like all the stuff that we've done, but it's a little clunky. Like I'm getting the feeling that I'd like to re-record the entire thing from scratch. Just have it be smoother, like to check a couple little parts. I actually don't have all that time to do it, and I am running low on steam. So I do think I'm going to re-record this. I really don't want to. I like leaving it. The part of the plan here is to do it here so that it's all kind of batched and it's a lot easier for me to kind of boom do it. But I can't start this again from scratch here. So I think we're going to explore more parts, and then in my own time, probably tomorrow, I'm going to just try and sit down and re-record it while it's all fresh in my mind. So yeah, I'm just going to shift right now. I'm going to shift to this being exploration time. Now we get to just have fun and explore without me like trying to do these mechanical explorations, because I'm going to have to spend a few minutes and figure out that looping is correct. Essentially, that foot twisting backwards was the last straw. But all of this other stuff is good. We figured out the little series of interconnections, like being separate. I like the idea of saying, well, you can do it one time, but now you can do it a bunch of separate ones. Like that was cool. I think binding it to this body is pretty straightforward. But why is... So this null is drifting up here. Actually, I'm just going to crank up the speed of that. Let's say 2. So I just want to see, like right now, it's like really wanting to drift up there. And it's almost never going behind the character. Now, the source null, yeah, is right there. So is there any particular reason this is liking hanging out so far forward? Is this just a byproduct of the vibrate tag can be weird? Maybe I want it to be absolute. Maybe this would be a good use for field driver. Not even necessarily my field driver. So let's do that. I like the vibrate tag has all sorts of weird limitations. And this null, that's 0. Oh, okay. We'll 0 those out. So let's try doing a field driver version instead. So I'll make a field driver, and we'll say that we want to drive the position. So now those are being driven, and it will be getting driven by a random field, and the parameters will be, I mean, this is where I would like mine better. Does that even work? Is this 3-dimensional? Or is it diagonal? Because mine is intentionally designed to not be diagonal. Yeah, it's diagonal. You see, it's just moving in one diagonal orientation. That's no good. Mine wouldn't be doing that. Why is that so tricky? We do need them to be individual polygons. I just want it to be randomly orbiting around the character. Is that so much to ask? Okay, fresh idea. I might like a little bit better. Okay, check this out. What if we do another matrix object? I mean, essentially, it's just repeating this technique over and over again, but I don't have a problem with that. When we make a new matrix object, this matrix object will also clone onto the character. It's cloning onto the surface, and we've just got those doing what they're doing. We could occasionally change. Actually, yeah, we can. It's just random positions. We can actually make a decent number of them. Okay, yeah. So essentially, it's all over the character. It's doing a bunch of stuff. We could maybe even make more. And then we do the same technique again, where we make a tracer object and we interconnect all elements. So those become interconnected. And then we change, let's see. Well, let's see how many of these lines can look good. So you see those doing their thing, and then we could make even more. And you just see, it starts turning into like this web on the character, which is kind of cool looking. But you get all of these lines on the character doing their thing. That's completely fine. And then we change this tracer to be a B-spline, and we give it natural. And now you see that we got these little curvy lines, so it just smooths it out a little bit. I don't even know if that's strictly necessary. Honestly, I kind of feel like that's not necessary. Although I might want to expand these out. So we've got the matrix on there. Can we just offset it? Where we'll offset them from the surface a little bit. So now they are following the character, but they're also capable of overshooting the character. So it's kind of like this big old web around the character. So now that that's happened, we make another matrix object. No, we don't make the matrix object. Now we grab our null. We got this. It's now just floating independently. And we say that it is, or do we make a cloner? Because a cloner might make it easy. Yeah, we'll make a cloner. It's kind of, it's not cheating, but it, I wonder if actually the cloner is a really good way of doing it. Set it to an object. The object will be that new tracer. Oh, it can't be a cloner. It can't be a cloner because we need it to resnap to the surface of the character. That was the entire point. That's why we need this constraint tag. And there's no way of resnapping. There's literally no way of it snapping onto the surface of a character, like in the world of clones. So it needs to be independent. So we'd still have to do an align the spline, which was my original plan. So we do an align the spline, and now this exists somewhere in this tangle of tracer object. Okay. Now we animate that, and we animate it at whatever speed we want. So presumably we do it with we can do that with a field driver. So we will right click and say animation or field driver add. So now we are driving the position of that. So under parameters, we go anywhere from 0 to 100, and that will be driven by a noise. And the noise should just be getting sampled wherever. What's a noise? We can't just set it to random. We need it to be noise, but it's field based, but it's probably passing through the field. That can go away, but wait, okay, that's going crazy, but it's a long line. So we got this random field, but wait, yeah, it's not, it must be passing through the noise as it goes. So the space can be none. Okay, so as far as I can tell, that is just stuck to a line and the line's kind of wiggling around. So if I click on this tag, it is static at that number. You see it's not moving. So now we are free. If I drop that as a child, is it still okay? No, that makes it move. So this has to be sort of static. I really wish this is getting a little obscure, or a little not tedious. It's getting a little specific, I'll say, because now we could just grab our noise and give it an animation speed. Actually, even that's probably insanely fast. You see it's really zipping all over the place, where really we can give it like an animation speed of like 1. And now, because the line is so long, like a slow speed is important. But now you can see it's drifting around, doing its thing. And the noise is driving that, so it can just do its thing. So anyway, that becomes the rig. And, well, actually, no, it's not the entire rig, because now we turn on the constraint tag. So we reactivate. We still got clamp, but now we enable. And now it's still doing all that good stuff. Field driver operates on 0, and then it aligns the spline, and then that operates. So it should be snapping to the character. Should being the operative word. Okay, yeah, it's on the weird foot right now. still on the weird foot. But anyway, like given time, it should be drifting around. And the reason for doing this is that now you can see that at any given time, it's like, oh, it's trying to jump to the nearest surface. And all of these scribbly lines are being like, oh, well, there's all this traveling around the body that it can do, that it wants to do. And be it inside or outside, it's always going to try and snap to the nearest bit of the body. That's the idea. Is it a good idea? I don't know. So then we'll make a null. And then we need to duplicate that rig as many times as we want. That's the part I don't love. We give that a different seed. And then we get these two. We've got two of those traveling around, each doing their own thing because they got their own random seed. All right. So now we got this wacky thing and that wacky cloud. Don't need to see either. We've just got some planes that are, for the most part, sticking to the character. Like I say, while it's playing, it constantly looks like it's like drifting. Yeah, as soon as I pause it, you see it snap. So there seems to be some sort of like refreshy order of operation thing. It's not necessarily surprising. Like splines calculate a particular time and they're cloned onto it. The point being is it should render correctly. All right, so we've got those two lines. I'm trying to think. I might have just thought of a simpler way. Yeah, Pro Tools, I agree. Okay, I might have just thought of a slightly better way. So similar, but maybe I can go back to using a cloner, which would be way better. But I want every other. It would be one continuous kind of electricity bouncing on the character, which for what we get from it, it might be... no, wait. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because we had to get the snap to the character. So yeah, no, it doesn't work. Alternative doesn't work. But we could start stringing a bunch of these together and giving each of them their own random seed. Now I got 4 of them. So we got 4 different bits on this guy doing their thing. Now we can make the interconnect, and it'd be nice to bring this in, the interconnect. I love the interconnect. I don't love the icon. The icon, I don't think, correlates at all to what the tool does. Okay, the interconnect is a fancy tool that is going to use the polygons of an object, of a series of objects. So I wonder if we can just grab all those and drop them as children. It'll ignore the things that aren't polygons. And yeah, so now do you see that it is interconnecting from one polygon to the next polygon to the next polygon? But here's the important part. That foot is terrifying. The important part is the interconnect can do tangents. So we turn on tangents here, and where's the polygon? I guess they're getting consumed, so we might not even see them anymore. You can see right here that, yeah, okay, there you see that's the polygon, and you see it's arcing away from the polygon. So grab the interconnect. We've got our normals, distance, tangents. I'm going to like increase that. And you can see we got this much larger arc. And currently it's set to loop, so it actually goes back. But, oh yeah, and the tangents are, they're set to the normal. I'm going to set to absolute normals. So now you see the line goes out and then it comes in and then goes back out by kind of bouncing off of the character. It looks like maybe it doesn't loop. Maybe that's just the first one because maybe the origin one is right here on the stomach. Yeah, so that's the first one. So you see it shoots out from there and then joins there. And then that one shoots out and it goes to the next one. And then that one shoots out and it goes to the one after that. It's all tangent based. And those tangents are the entire purpose in doing that. This is that tangent functionality. We even push those tangents further if we want to, and you can randomize them, et cetera, et cetera. But now if I hit play, let's see what we get. So actually, I mean, it's a pretty nice looking line. Like look at that as a coherent line that's sticking to the character. Now there's like that little frame refresh that's not going to kind of visually look like it's sticking to the character too well, but as it moves around, that is decently coherent. Now we could make that a series of independent ones. We can make a series of connects and each one's doing its own thing. Like it would work, and we could reconnect them. So do we want to do that? Like right now, I mean, it's not hard. Essentially, I just delete those two. And now we've got two lines and it's making a single arcing connection on the character. Bzz, 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 bzz. Which, I like the look of. It looks good. I'm going to like really arc that line out there. Yeah. Bzz, bzz, bzz. So looks pretty good. And then we just make the next one by duplicating the entire rig and randomizing the seeds again. And those are just changing where it's animating along the overall spline, which should be completely different. So now we got two different lines that are not connected to each other, creating electrical effects. And now we just keep on duplicating. So I just duplicate again, grab all four of those, and say X plus 111. And now we got more. And then we can grab all of those, duplicate, and select random fields. X plus 127. So now all those have completely different seeds, a bunch of singular interconnected things, all doing their thing, making a bunch of connections on the guy, doing their own thing. And in theory, always snap to it. You see what I was aiming for, even if that was a little wacky to get it all combined. So yeah, it's not bad. I'm trying not to use plugins. Because something that was in my head was, well, I guess it'd be less continuous. So yeah, I guess this is still a pretty good way of doing it. But yeah, all of that is happening. I wish they were on his head more often, but it goes to like I guess they've all got their own random seed, and if that seed just isn't getting up near the head, it's just not going to happen. We in theory could just kind of stick one up there. Yeah, we've got like the option to do that, but they're only going to exist where they exist, which makes sense. So just let's finish out the idea, see if it's any good. I'll save that. Drop all of these into the connect just so that they can be treated as one. Don't weld. Let's grab. Yeah, I'm running low on juice, everybody. Duplicate those. That becomes like a wiggly line, which I don't even know is strictly necessary. Let's just do the electricity and make sure that those are fading. Fading in mildly. And the interconnects, I feel like I've gone a little overboard on those tangents. Although I got to say I guess it's just the particular frame. But anyway, they're fading out, still fading out a lot. Maybe that's also an optical illusion. So let's run those. So yeah, okay, we got electricity on the guy, zapping around, being all zappy. And it's a particular, that's an okay looking frame there. Let's see if the connect will be smart enough to be able to render. That should still be in there. Yeah, paste the pink. Go. Okay, cool. Smart enough to do it. This line, I don't want it to fade. One thing when I do the proper recording, it just was clunky here. We just got too far. But it's like all of this stuff is in reverse. So like I should have reversed the tracer lines. And that would have just made things better in general. That seems safe enough. I just hit play and I think it crashed. I don't know. I mean, I like the arc thing that we're getting there. Is it worth all that effort for snapping and drifting and field driving and whatnot just to get like these cleaner arcs from the character? I mean, it's not like these arcs aren't still just straight up passing through his body depending on like where they happen to be. Like, yeah, they are. It goes through, yeah, I killed it again. Dag nabbit. There's been an unfortunate number of crashes. The, oh, don't full screen that. The, something that I should totally integrate as part of it, because it just makes everything look so much cooler. Let's see. Yeah, this was right before we interconnected everything. Brunk. And let's just do it from scratch. Electric. Yeah, that's pretty much all correct. And just drop that down to like 2. The some of those arcs are crazy. This overshooting is pretty good. See, that's what I do like about it. But like how I was going to render it out as an animation just to like check it out. We can still do that, but I'm going to have lost my color now because of the crash. So we get our electrical lines on the character doing their thing. That's fine. There's no way of having it fundamentally. There's no way of there being points on the character that are drifting around the character in any sort of coherent way in a cloner context. And that's what's stopping us from making this be like really powerful. I love that one coming off the top of his head. Random. Oh yeah, that's just a random along the splines. Yeah, so I have that spline traveling around the character. That makes perfect sense. I'm fine with that. And honestly, I was like, before we were very much on the extremities. Like it was kind of like a problem that everything was on the extremities. But now I feel like we're on the extremities, like not overly frequently. Like it's very much focused on like maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's a pretty good distribution. Like that seems to be a little bit all over the place. It's in the middle. It's on the top. It's on the bottom. One thing I found is like branch spline modifier just doesn't work too well here. Branch spline modifier was originally, before it became the ultimate tree generator or plant generator, it was supposed to be like kind of a conceptual add-on to the electric family, but like it just doesn't really work that way. But anyway, having stuff drift along the overall body like just doesn't work. So like, you know, some thoughts are like essentially right now, one way that we're not doing it with a cloner, but if we had all these lines properly on the body, like that would work. And you know, it's in my head. Oh, I guess I'll set this up to render an animation just so we can see how those glows look. That's fine. I was trying to avoid any plugins, but we could just use Mesh the Spline and get all the splines of the character, and then stuff would be stuck. Yeah, essentially, we could have a cloner be cloning on there. It wouldn't be doing every other one. I want to see if these are like just coincident. Actually, the order of operations of this rig are making it that those are not connected. They are actually not connecting to the character. Like, look, most of them aren't making physical connection. I don't think. What the heck is that? That's the first frame? I didn't even see that. His eye beams are blasting his toes. I mean, the lightning looks great. The arcs look great, but like they're not connecting. Well, I'm glad we already said we're kind of like in practice town right now and not trying to like still record because that's a problem. I don't even know why that's happening. I mean, there's just some order of operation stuff going, which again, it's based on the way cinema does stuff, where it's like we're referencing, like there's a matrix object that calculates at a particular time, like in the order of operations, where it's like first the character had to animate, and then the cloner saying like, oh, after the character animated, I have to clone this onto the character, and then after that happened, we're saying there's a tracer that needs to generate a spline, but like splines get generated at the same time objects get generated. So that turns into like, oh, that's from the frame before. And then we're like, okay, and then we're cloning objects and then running these tags after that happens. And all of those order of operations can lead to this type of thing. Like it makes sense. It's annoying. I was just curious if they were like lagging behind, which is more giving them a preferential, like that they should be on the back of the character. But I think that's just coincidence. And that first frame is just that the tracer probably didn't exist yet, so things are snapping weirdly. But it does make it so that the entire conceptual rig is sort of a little bit dead. But the actual electricity in the character, like that looks pretty coherent. Something doesn't have to be super duper stuck on something for it to I'll cut out that first frame. Like it doesn't, you kind of get that Ghostbuster beam type thing where those are decently kind of connected. Um, like it's implying this. Like, oh wait, they are physically connecting to the body, and being coherent, even if they do pop from one spot to another. Sometimes, like from the fingertip to the head, depending on where the clone is, there's still like that coherence there, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, I think it looks cool. Like it's funny. I kept on pushing those further and further out, but now, like seeing it in the final form, it's like those arcs are too far out. Like that's too much. These interconnects should be way calmer. Go away 300%. Nobody wants you here. Of course, those arcs are definitely what's implying it's pushing away from the body. And some of them still go pretty far out. And then but if I did a mesh to spline, even that though, I don't know if that's going to give me what I want. Not really. Not really. And I don't want to run a simulation inside of it. That seems not good. And just do that for a little bit. Yeah, those lines are incredibly coherent, but they are definitely lagging behind. Which I actually want them traveling more. Interestingly, let's see. Is there a clean way? We got a bunch of random fields. I should be able to just do that. Random field dot dot dot. Random field dot dot dot. Okay, yeah, so all of them. And then you can rename them to be inter, and now it's easy to find those again. Anyway, I got all those. I'm gonna like make their speed be like 5 times as fast. So now that these are going to be popping more often because they're traveling those splines quicker. They're moving so slow that they just weren't popping like I was kind of hoping or expecting they were. They're being too coherent. We could change the order of operations on all of these. I don't know how much good that would do. We could say that all these should be acting on the generator time. We even say like generator 555. But yeah, you see, if I mouse over it and it doesn't refresh the proper position, then like essentially it can't be fixed. So that's moving, and then the interconnect happens, and then a modifier would happen, and then a connect is happening. There's so many funky order of operations things going on there. It's not surprising, I suppose. doesn't give me any good solution. Okay, let's call that an experiment, and then I don't think that's actually going to give us something that it's not going to give me something I really want, but just out of an experiment, let's do a mesh to spline as an object. Give it the deforming body here, and it is returning edge to spline. So there is a lot of coherency in the actual splines on there. Yeah. So potentially we could filter out some of the shorties. I do want to make a filter tool, but for now you could fake it with a smooth. So if we make a smooth and say don't smooth, but we do have this minimum length, if we start increasing this, then you see any lines that are very short just get taken away. And we can keep on pushing that further and further. But those are potentially going to pop. But there could be some coherence here. I do see some lines existing and not existing. So not necessarily the changing of length would change other variables. So, is that good or bad? I don't know. But anyway, right now I'm returning all the lines. So then, is it possible? I don't know. Is it possible to put that into a cloner and then put that cloner onto an object, and the object will be that spline. And now it's cloning a bunch of those per segment. I'm going to say just clone 10 total. And there's not a good orientation on them, which is also potentially a problem. But I could then feed this into a connect object and then make a single interconnect and then feed this cloner into the interconnect. And right now it's based on polygons. I'm going to say explode segments. There we go. So now, so now you can see essentially I'm getting all those connections automatically. Why are they popping? Why are they popping? I thought the problem here was they were going to be stable. They're not stable. Curious. Oh, there's still this tag. That might have been. Nope, that wasn't explicitly it. I mean, those are stretching. I guess the length of these lines is stretching. It's constantly an updating, stretching line. So it's being a certain, that would make sense. I mean, it is quick. Like this was very quick to put together. It's not going to have any particular orientation. Like these are randomly tangential. They're going to be just popping and flickering. So there's a distinct lack of coherency on that. That's too bad. I thought we'd get better coherency on that. Well, see, that one's coherent, but that's... Why is that coherent? I guess it's on each segment. They're polygons. They can't travel it though. Now they couldn't travel. I guess now they would travel randomly, but maybe that's what we want. So those are stable because there's a bunch of segments. Yeah, actually, if I went back to test my theory, if I go back to edge, it's popping around. But if I put it on exploded, it's coherent. Yeah. It was like stretching. Actually, maybe that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, even more than I was thinking. The edge to spline is like doing the built-in algorithm, and it's constantly jumping around to like what the smoothest connection is, depending on the way this character is running. Now it's stable. So yeah, edge is better. Technically, it's exploded. But now we could give it some rate. And What's it doing? It almost doesn't even feel like it's moving. I mean, I guess they are. Yeah, they're jumping every once in a while. That's not bad. Pop. I mean, stable, stable, pop, stable, 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 pop. It's not bad. And then what's good, I mean, it's a much simpler rig. And now I can just crank up the count here. And yeah, give it like a lot of offset and a lot of variation. Give it more speed, maybe. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah, pop, 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 pop. And it's much more simple to, this instead of all those interconnects and all those copies, we have that, and that seems more stable. Interconnect is still kind of doing what I want it to do. Still push those out a little bit. Now those are random normals, effectively. They're just every which way, but they get decent tangents. It is one continuous line. Is there a setting? Yeah, break at junctions. So I turn that on. So now I don't need to use a break spline modifier because it's already built in. We get all those lovely lines. Okay, so I do like the way that looks. It's semi-stable, which is essentially what I was promising we could get. So then we make it electric. Calm those babies down. And yeah, so we get our electricity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And steal the render. And let's take a peek. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Calm it down maybe a little bit. I wasn't trying to make an electric. I wasn't trying to make a mesh to spline tutorial, but it's definitely giving us the cleanest result for that. I don't know how stable it is, how stuck it is on it and whatnot, but there's a lot less layers. I mean, to my eye, that doesn't look like it's floating away from the character. It's definitely distributed better. Yeah, I kind of dig it. Anybody who might still be here hanging out, do you, of the things we just saw, do you like this version? I keep pushing those really far, but I don't think I need to. Yeah, those don't need to be too far out. I mean, some of them could be fun. Well, actually, there's a random strength, so we can do that. So some will be far out, some will be close. And then, I mean, obviously it goes to like, there almost isn't even the question here. Like, it's clearly a better rig. Like, this is a much, I guess it's including that. Like, that is a much simpler rig than all of those interconnects. Actually, it's like this entire hierarchy. Now we just have this one. Now they do get continuously interconnected. I guess it is in sequence. I mean, even here, there's more options that'd be fun to play with. Like right now, we could shuffle the indexes. So we can say shuffle all. Oh wait, that doesn't matter there. This repeat indexes, bundling indexes, shuffle. I thought one of those would change it. But anyway, the bigger point is I can grab this cloner and we just go and make tons and tons of them on there if we want, or we can have there be very few. And honestly, like very few is not bad. It keeps it cleaner. Like just a couple little like, oh look, there's extra zaps. But you can also like the rig is so simple that we could make a handful of really bright ones and then make a duplicate of the rig and then make a lot more, but they're really dim. So it's like we just have a handful of main ones. Yeah, that one looks pretty good. And yeah, it's just traveling around the entire character. So anyway, I gotta be done. I don't know if anybody is still around, but thank you so much for hanging out. Attempting to get this tutorial recorded. We got at least a practice run of a tutorial. Like I said, this morning I was doing sort of a practice run on the cardboard, but it was running a little slow, so that I was kind of like not confident in it. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap this on up quickly. So thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you next week for another one. Go ahead and support on Patreon. You get early access to everything. You'll get those scene files. You get the tutorial, the other one already, which should be up there and ready to go. And yeah, I think that's going to wrap up another one. So until next time, bye-bye, everybody. Click the button.